Okay, we are joined by the Board of Education. Dr. Register, if you would, please introduce who you have brought with you and then begin your budget presentation to the committee, and then we'll open it up for Q&A.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We're pleased to be here today to talk about our school system budget with you, to discuss that with you. We have up front here Mr. Michael Hayes, who's Chair of the Finance Committee for the Metropolitan Nashville Board of Education, Chris Henson, who's the Chief Financial Officer, and I am the Director of Schools. And we also have a number of board members here. Gracie Porter, Chair of the Board, Dr. Joanne Brannon, Ms. Cheryl Mays, Ms. Anna Shepard, Mr. Mark North, Vice Chair of the Board. I think that's it. Mr. Hayes will start, and then I will take it from there and introduce Mr. Henson to do details.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Metropolitan Nashville Board of Education, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you again for your time, consideration, and continued support through these tough economic times. MNPS has experienced significant student growth over the last 5 years, which, as you all know, has been challenging to manage. Furthermore, as you're acutely aware, in the last 2 years we have raised our expectations with a goal to become one of the highest performing school districts in the nation. To move from one of the lowest performing to among the highest performing is no easy task. And to get there, our district is in the middle of a significant number of reform efforts. 65, I believe, is the count today. Our vision is that Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools will provide every student with the foundation of knowledge, skills, and character necessary to excel in higher education, work, and life. Our success in executing this vision is tantamount to moving the city forward and continuing the growth and high quality of life Nashvillians enjoy today. To execute this community vision, in May 2009, MNPS launched an innovative and aggressive reform initiative called MNPS Achieves that involved the collaboration of over 200 district and community leaders to develop strategic initiatives to transform 9 identified areas of need in order to dramatically improve schools. This effort replaced our 2007 through 2014 strategic plan, which was completed in 2006. The areas of need include 5 student performance areas: high school, middle school, elementary school, English language, and special needs, and 4 district process areas: human capital, community schools, data management and information technology, and central office effectiveness. The goal of MNPS Achieves is to promote high student achievement across all subgroups of students. There are many areas that excite members of our board, as well as those within the community. I'm particularly excited about the work we've recently completed in our middle schools to implement effective curriculum to reach our goals, as well as instructional assessment practices for improving performance, including Common Core standards training for teachers and coaches. Tonight, I believe that our board, Dr. Register, and Mr. Henson in particular, can address our budget requests for local funding and answer questions as to how these efforts correlate to our strategic initiatives under MNPS Achieves and First to the Top, and the expected results we will receive in the years to come. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Dr. Register and Mr. Henson.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hayes. I'd like to make a few general comments, if I may, and then I'll make some remarks about the budget in general, and then turn it over to Mr. Henson for a specific presentation. I would also like to say that I feel as though we've made great progress over the last 3 years in our school system. New programs and practices are building a foundation that is turning Metro Nashville Public Schools into a national model of excellence, especially for a large urban school system like we are. When students enter our schools, our goal is for them to graduate and leave us with a high school diploma. This year's data on student achievement is still not back from the state. That will be soon, we hope, but information from 2011 shows that our strategies are working. A couple of examples. I won't go into a lot of detail, but a couple of examples. The event dropout rate has dropped from 6.7% to 2.3% this year. That's over a 3-year period of time. An event dropout rate is a calendar year for all eligible students to drop out, essentially middle school and high school students. Since 2009, our graduation rate has increased. The state changed the way it calculates graduation rate from allowing 5 years to 4 years in a summer to count as a graduate. Even so, our rate is increasing. It was 76.2% last year, up from 73.1% in 2009, and that was a 5-year graduation rate as opposed to a 4-year graduation rate this year. Numbers are not available for 2012 yet because they wait until the end of the summer, but we feel like we're going to increase again this year in our graduation rate. Those numbers will go higher, including students with disabilities, including students who are English learners and disadvantaged youth. Last year, our district met all of the first to the top improvement goals, showing significant progress in a number of areas: third grade reading scores, 7th grade math scores, high school graduation rate, and we've made very significant progress in high school mathematics with a 12 percentage point increase in Algebra 1 proficiency last year. Almost 90% of our high school students scored competent or better on the writing assessment last year. We're looking forward to getting an update on data very soon for this year. Metro Schools is offering more choices to students through our academies of Nashville and our zone schools. 6 additional magnet schools are now open, increasing open enrollment opportunities and choice opportunities. We have specialty schools like Middle College, which offers dual enrollment with Nashville State, our virtual high school, our fast track to graduation programs, and the academies at Old Cockrell and Hickory Hollow are increasing our graduation rate, our success rate. All of our high schools now offer advanced placement courses, which are rigorous courses that are college prep courses and that can offer the possibility of earning college credit while in high school. And through our MNPS virtual schools, students can now access additional courses beyond those just offered at their home high schools. This year we began our Innovation Zone, which is our model for turning around schools with the lowest student achievement in the district, and we're already showing great gains from this and promise. I'll tell you that we've seen preliminary data from these schools, and we see good progress in our innovation zones, or those lowest performing schools, and we look forward to being able to share that data as it's finalized from the state. The iZone strategy is an aggressive strategy that we've launched with the partnership of Tribal Education Group, which is our partner and one of the best turnaround organizations or strategies that we've researched in the world. It utilizes external inspectors, autonomy for schools, for leadership and decision making, and a high level of accountability. And we're seeing great results from that partnership. Metro Schools has completely changed its business practices to improve efficiency, to improve communications between departments and fiscal oversight. And these changes have resulted in good improvements in our business practices. I might say that when I came to the district the first year, our school system was in a priority status with the federal government in terms of financial accountability. We were told that it would take a minimum of 5 years to clear that priority status, and we moved into good standing in 2 years with the federal government, and have been in good standing now with the federal government in terms of our fiscal accountability. Metro Schools has taken leaps beyond other districts in the creation and development of our data warehouse, which generates information on a student-by-student, school-by-school, and district-level status that we use to make informed strategic decisions based on what our students and our schools need. Other systems want to learn about what we're doing as this work continues, with new features and information being added continuously. Our work is not only yielding results for our students, it's also garnering national and even international attention with our data warehouse work. Others are seeing what we are doing and are stepping in to assist or to learn from us in this process. Ford Motor Company Fund has named our academies of Nashville a national model. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation selected our district as one of the first 9 in the nation selected for the Charter Collaboration Compact, and we were only one of 8 districts in the nation selected for an initiative to promote students' social and emotional learning by CASEL, the leading national organization in the field of social and emotional learning needs of children. We frequently host groups from other cities who want to learn from and replicate our work, particularly our high school work. This year, the Metro Schools budget is centered on instructional needs. 90 additional teachers to meet our increased student enrollment. We're projected to top 80,000 students in 2012-2013. But not just more, we also need better teachers. We need the very best teachers that we can get. We are an urban district serving diverse students. The highest number of English language learners in the state is in our district. 9,300 is projected for next year, or 11% of our total enrollment. About the same number of students are not in the EL program, but come from non-English language background. So a total of about 19,000 students, or roughly 1 in 4 of our students is a non-English language background or English learner in our district. We have a great need for all teachers to learn how to teach students using English language strategies. 2 programs launched this past year in collaboration with Lipscomb and Belmont are helping many of our teachers become dually certified or certified to obtain an English learner endorsement. You'll hear me refer from time to time to inclusive practices. That means providing services students need, whether to English learners or exceptional children, as much as possible within the overall educational setting at whatever school that student chooses to attend, whether it's a zone school or a choice school. Working on plans, we've been working on plans for the last part of a 3-year plan for all English learners to be able to attend their zone school, and we expect to implement that in the 2012-2013 year. It doesn't make sense for a student who just doesn't speak English or who needs services to learn how to speak English to have to take a long bus ride. We have more than 9,000 exceptional students. Metro Schools is providing more services to our exceptional ed students in their schools of choice. This year, 53.4% of our more than 9,000 exceptional ed students spent 80% or more of their day in an inclusive educational setting. This is good for both the exceptional children and the general education students who learn from one another. We are continuing to decentralize those services so that children who have special needs will also not have to be bused away from their zone school should they choose to attend that. Later this month, we expect to get the results of an in-depth study of our education for gifted learners. It's been a year-long study from Johns Hopkins, and we will use this information to really look at the way we provide services for gifted students and modify our programs to meet their unique needs. This will lead to changes in practice. Chris Henson will go into full detail about what's in our budget, but let me just give you a couple of other highlights that I think are very important and that you may have questions about. One is increases in pension and insurance cost for both certificated and for support employees. We have a cost of living increase of 2% for support staff. That's the first such increase across the board since the 2007 school year for our employees. In addition to that 2% across the board increase, about 85% of our support employees also receive a step increase for years' experience, and that equates to roughly 2%, 2.5%. So it's a total of about 4% increase for support employees if they get the step. I've already mentioned we have additional teaching positions in the budget to meet staffing needs for our rising enrollment. We have new programs that we're opening, new schools that we're opening, the largest of which is the new Cane Ridge Elementary School. As all of you know, the southeast and southern part of the county is rapidly growing, and we're glad to bring Cane Ridge Elementary on board this year. A couple other programs that we're expanding that are really very cost efficient, but I want to highlight those for you. We are reopening the Academy at Opry Mills, which is an alternative program for students who are in risk of dropping out of high school. That program existed at Opry Mills and was flooded out. We relocated that program to Hickory Hollow. Thanks to the support from the mall owners at Hickory Hollow, we have two of those schools in existence now, the Academy at Old Cockrell and the Academy at Hickory Hollow. And the Simon Youth Foundation is joining with us to reopen the third school, which will be the third school now. Those three schools have made a tremendous impact on that graduation rate, or the reduction of the dropout rate, if you will. Those schools have been in existence 2 years. They're small schools. They serve about 100 students a year, and we have now realized we're very close to having our 1,000th graduate from those programs. Cost per pupil of those programs is less than the typical high school. We also are opening a bridge school. This school is designed to serve a specific group of students, and I'll ask you all to think back to when you were in school, in middle school and high school, and you'll know that there's a place where many students get into trouble, and that's for that overaged 8th grader who doesn't have the skills to move on to 9th grade and be successful. And we want to provide a special program that's called a bridge from 8th grade through 9th grade to 10th grade. We know that dropouts occur when students aren't successful their first year in 9th grade, when they fail 9th grade. And we want to develop a special program. We have almost 800 students who fit the niche, if you will, the category of needing that special service. We think we can improve our graduation rate again as we get that school started this year, and you'll see that in our budget. I guess the big issue for us this year is teacher salaries. Increasing our teacher salary to attract the best teachers and send a clear message that Nashville means business when it comes to getting the very best teachers for all of our children. I can't tell you how many studies I've seen that boil down basically to saying achievement gaps are caused by gaps in quality of teaching. We've got to have good teachers, the very best teachers we can, in all of our schools. And our starting teacher salary needs to compete with other districts around the nation. I've said this and I believe it. Metro schools will never be the easiest place to teach, but we want it to be the best place to teach and grow professionally. And we want to recruit the best that we can get for every one of our classrooms. There is no replacement for a highly effective teacher's impact on student achievement. The $40,000 beginning salary sends a clear message that Nashville wants the best children for all of its teachers, for all of its children. The budget proposed for 2012-13 includes offering a starting salary of $40,000. This moves us from 30th to 3rd in Tennessee and will greatly increase our ability to recruit top teachers. Since this budget request has been reported, we've had a lot of interest in our district just from the mention or the rumor of the beginning salary. When our recruitment team, let me give you a couple of examples. When our recruitment team was at UT Knoxville at a recruiting fair back in March, several recruiters from other districts came up to our team to say to them that even the thought of an increase in the salary or the possibility of it had students moving from their tables to ours. That's very important. They were swarmed with applicants for the first 3 hours of the 4-hour session. And I'll tell you that we do not have a shortage in people applying to teach mathematics in our district. During our job fair on April 24th at Lipscomb, candidates were asked why they were interested in working in MNPS. In addition to working in a great school district, the consensus was that the potential to earn a starting salary of $40,000 was attractive versus the $34,000 to $36,000 other districts were offering. Deans of Education Camilla Bimbo of Vanderbilt, Candace McQueen of Lipscomb University, as well as Associate Dean Geraldo Richards at TSU support our proposed salary change. As Dr. Richards at TSU said, when asked if Metro schools can compete for his best graduates, his response was, Metro doesn't pay enough. Our people can go other places and make more. Our competition is not just from surrounding districts. We are not only in competition with other Tennessee school systems for the best teachers, we are in competition with other states and other salaries. Atlanta's starting teacher pay is $44,000. Houston's starting pay is $44,987. Houston visits all of the colleges in Nashville to recruit teachers. Louisville, Kentucky's starting pay, $39,720. Memphis, $41,062. Again, this change will make us more competitive with other districts, moving us to third in the state in starting teacher pay and allowing us to attract top teacher candidates to work with all of our students. Pay is not our only incentive to attract and retain the very best teachers. It's just one piece to add to other efforts that are in place, such as ongoing and comprehensive professional development to help teachers learn and understand new, more rigorous standards and provide instructional strategies to help students achieve those standards. Additional development opportunities, including our teacher leadership program and the opportunity to earn a master's degree from Vanderbilt and a special urban education program. Earlier hiring dates to hire the best candidates and mentors for new teachers. Let me sum my part of the presentation in saying that test scores are going to look better this year. Student achievement will be up. Our turnaround performance of our iZone schools is improving. We've approved 2 new charters at the board meeting last month. But I mention all that to say it's not enough. We've got to do more. This week, the Achievement School District announced the opening of charter programs it has approved in Nashville, 2 more schools. So the question I raise to you is one that a parent posed to me yesterday. Why can't all of our schools be like magnet schools? Why can't all of our schools be those great schools? Our goal is to have 144 schools that are great schools, that are schools of choice for all of our parents. Schools that each of you would put your children or your grandchildren in. You'll see over the course of this summer a very aggressive strategy that will roll out from our school system to make all of our schools great schools. And I look forward to sharing more details of that strategy as we go forward. Now, at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Henson for the details.
I will be referring to our budget document. Hopefully everyone has a copy in front of you on your desk. It's bound to the left. If someone doesn't have one, we have some extras. We'll be glad to get to you. Looks like everybody has a copy. As you can see on the very front, the cover page, we'll be spending the majority of our time discussing the operating budget, in particular the general purpose school fund. We have two other major funds also that are included in the back of this document that I'll review briefly at the end. Our school nutrition fund or food service fund, which is required to be kept in a separate fund, and also our federal programs and grants fund, which is required to be kept in a separate fund as well. You can see on the cover page, this was a revised document approved by the Board of Education on May 8th, and all of our budget documents have been included on the MNPS website since the first draft was submitted back on February the 28th. If you turn to the first page, you'll see there's a page number in the bottom right, a document number in the top right. Document 1 is intended to reflect a summary of all of the changes from the current year operating budget to the proposed budget. The current year operating budget, just over $674 million. We begin at the top part of this page with some employee compensation items. Over 80% of the school district's operating budget is made up of people, salaries and benefits, or positions, over 80%. Therefore, when you have such a labor-intensive organization as education is, as a school district is, you have recurring fixed costs regarding employee compensation. The first item under employee compensation is the step increase, the salary step increase for our certificated employees. All of our certificated positions, those would be positions that require a teaching certificate or a teacher's license. So for our certificated employees, the salary step increase has a cost of approximately $5.5 million. There was a proposed and approved state pay raise for teachers included in Governor Haslam's budget and also ultimately approved by the state legislature. It was a 2.5% raise on the state salary schedule for teachers. The MNPS salary schedule for teachers is higher than the minimum state salary schedule, so that equates to a 1.93% across the board raise on the MNPS teacher salary schedule with a cost of approximately $6.6 million. Our certificated employees' insurance is governed by the Professional Employees Insurance Trust, which is made up of school board members and MNEA representatives. They voted on a premium increase back in January of 10.1%. This is taking into consideration just increases in medical costs as well as a deficit in that particular fund, the insurance trust fund, to bring that fund out of its current deficit situation. There is a requirement that any self-insured program must meet the minimum requirements of the state insurance plan, and ours does. That has to be proven every year with the state. You can see the increased costs associated with the certificated insurance increase of 10.1%. It operates 75% of that is paid by the employer and 25% is paid by the employee. The certificated pension plan is the state plan. All of our certificated employees are required to be members of the state retirement plan or the Tennessee Consolidated Retirement System, TCRS. It is a defined benefit plan, and there is an employer contribution rate that's assigned by the state to every school district across the state. That rate actually went down this year from 9.05% of payroll to 8.88%. So we've reflected that reduction of about $500,000 here. The good thing about that rate is that it is on a 2-year cycle based upon the actuarial study and report. So we know that next year the employer contribution rate again will be 8.88%, so there'll be no change. Our support employees would be any position that does not require a teaching certificate, and the step increase on the support employee salary schedule has a cost of about $2 million. As Dr. Register said, approximately 85% of our support employees receive a step increase or qualify for a step increase. As Dr. Register indicated, we are proposing a 2% across-the-board salary increase for our support employees with a cost of about $1.9 million. For benefit purposes, our support employees are considered Metro General Government employees, and all of their benefits are handled and administered by the Metro Employee Benefit Board. And so the increases that we have here are those that are provided to us that come through the Metro Employee Benefit Board. The insurance increase is estimated at 7.5%. A half-year increase is reflected here because that plan is on a calendar year basis, and so that will go into effect on January 1. And then the support pension rate, again, it's a defined benefit program. There's an employer contribution rate, and there's a slight increase there of about $400,000. All of our employee compensation items subtotaled together equate to just over $20 million. In the middle part of the page, we have some other additions. As Dr. Register indicated, we're adding 90 additional teaching positions regarding projected student growth to maintain current class sizes. This would be a combination of regular education teachers, exceptional education teachers, English learner teachers, and career and technical education teachers. We're projected to have very close to 81,000 total students next year. The additional cost for 90 additional teaching positions is a little over $5 million. We are opening a new school next year, Cane Ridge Elementary School. I have a separate document number 6, that details out all of the additional operating costs relating to opening a new school, in addition to the capital costs of constructing the facility, additional cost of about $1.1 million. Inflationary increases and other required expenditures, mainly this number is reflective of the inflationary factors that are added to our utility accounts, particularly the electricity account. We use the same inflationary factor that Metro Finance uses for the rest of metropolitan government on the utility accounts: electricity, natural gas, water and sewer, and waste disposal. This also includes increases in some of our Metro accounts, such as the property tax refund account, the buildings and contents insurance account, the employee injuries on the job account, and the Metro ITS internal service charge. In next year's student calendar, we're adding 3 additional student instructional days. With that, it requires adding work days to some of our support staff. Their work calendar ties directly with the student calendar. This would be educational assistants, school office staff, bus drivers, etc., where their number of paid work days would increase by 3 for the additional 3 student instructional days, with a cost of $475,000. Charter schools, we currently have 11 charter schools. 2 new charter schools will open next year in the Antioch area, bring our total to 13 charter schools. We also have some of our existing charter schools that will be adding additional students as part of their planned growth, where they're adding additional grade levels. We're projecting an additional 756 charter school students. We're also projecting, based upon discussions with the State Department of Education, an increase in the state and local revenue per pupil calculation formula that the state uses. And so this would be basically a transfer out of the general purpose operating budget of the school district to the charter school fund, and then these funds are then distributed out to the charter schools based upon their student enrollment on a per pupil basis. Again, it's state and local revenue per pupil. If you add the subtotal of the other additions of $18 million to the $20.6 million for employee compensation, we're at around $38.9 million, a 5.8% increase. The bottom part of the summary page reflects proposed changes. Dr. Register has touched on several of these already. The first is the compression of the steps, the beginning steps on the current teacher salary schedule. This would compress steps 0 through 5, those first 6 steps, where the salary amount would be $40,000. It also compresses on the top end, moves step 25 to step 15, so that teachers get to the top pay earlier at 15 years as opposed to 25. The additional cost for this compression of the teacher salary schedule and to allow for a starting teacher salary of $40,000 is just under $6 million. I'll touch on a few of these others, and of course we can come back and look at any of them that you like. The next one I'll look at and talk about is textbooks. Textbooks this year is the literature adoption. Subject areas are on a 6-year cycle, a 6-year adoption. Next year is literature. And school districts have been advised by the State Department of Education to postpone actual purchase of the literature textbooks for next year due to questions relating to their alignment with the new Common Core state standards. And so we have been able to reduce our textbook budget by approximately $3 million by foregoing the purchase of the literature adoption. We will still have literature textbooks. This still leaves $5.5 million in the textbook account for other adoptions that are this year, such as art, music, band, some of our career and technical education classes, business classes, communications classes, as well as replacement textbooks and the consumables that are used in the early grades for handwriting and mathematics. Health services, account 2314, health services, we have some contract increases. All of our student nursing services are provided by the Metro Health Department, except in 3 schools where there are Vanderbilt clinics set up. Those would be Fall Hamilton Elementary School, Park Avenue Elementary School, and Taylor Stratton Elementary School. We also have the Red Cross providing our students vision and hearing screenings. And for all of these services, we do have an increase of approximately $400,000. We have some additional personnel for our English language learner student population, for translators, translation specialists, and parent outreach translators. Account 2350 is a new account. It's a new program, the Mayor's Music Makes Us initiative, which completely overhauls the school district's music education program. There's a separate account for that function. As Dr. Register indicated, we are proposing to add 2 additional non-traditional schools. The Academy at Opry Mills would reopen. The Academy at Old Cockerell and the Academy at Hickory Hollow would remain. And then the new Nashville Bridge School for grades 8 through 10 for those students that are overaged and undercredited. Dr. Register again mentioned those. We have a separate document, document number 5, that details out the expenses for all of our non-traditional programs. Extended contract, we do have a reduction in extended contract, which was a reduction at the state level through the state budgeting process. This is flow-through funding that comes from the state as revenue and then is spent on teachers, career ladder level teachers that provide services, direct student instructional services to our students either after school for tutoring or during the summer. That is a plan that has to be approved by the State Department of Education on how we're going to spend those extended contract dollars. There's about a $755,000 amount that we have in our budget for extended contract, but it must be for direct student instruction either after school or during the summer outside the regular teacher workday. The total proposed changes at the bottom part of the page, around $7.5 million. The total approved operating budget, $720.4 million, about a 6.9% increase, reflects an increase of about $46.4 million. If you go to the next page, page 2, is a document that has been provided every year that shows every position change in the budget. So any proposed position change, whether it be a position reduced or a position added, is included in document number 2 and has been included in document number 2 for the last several years. You can see at the bottom total position changes, a total of 181 additional positions, which is the same number that's over back on page 1 on the summary page. Page 3, which is document number 3, is intended to provide some information regarding our 10-month support employee work calendars. Over on the right side, you'll see the proposed work calendars for all of our 10-month support employees. That mainly those positions are tied directly to the number of student days. We are increasing from 173 to 176 student days. The state requirement is for students to go 186.5-hour student days. Our student days are 7 hours, and so therefore the state allows for school districts that go a longer day to stockpile up to 13 days for things such as teacher professional development, teacher planning, and other things. As I said, we are proposing to increase the number of student days, 7-hour student days, up to 176. You can see the number of paid time off days that each of these positions has for vacation and holidays, as well as days that these positions where they come into work where students aren't present for things such as orientation, training, or administrative duties, for a total number of paid days for each of these positions. Page 4 is a schedule that provides detail for account number 2600 in the line item budget, which is for our alternative learning centers, our ALCs. We have 3 of those across the district, one at Baxter, one at Bass, and one at McCann. The one that is currently at Cone will move to Bass next year, and so you'll notice a change there. The new Nashville Bridge School for grades 8 through 10 will move to the Cone building. But you can see that the total here is 44 positions at around $2.9 million for account 2600, which you would find that same number of positions and number of dollars in the line item budget for that particular account. Page 5, this is the detail for account number 2650, which shows all of our non-traditional programs, our non-traditional schools. The Middle College High School is located on the campus of Nashville State Community College, works very closely with Nashville State, where we have students that are able to take college courses for high school and college credit at the same time. We've had a number of students, particularly over the years, who have been able to attain their 2-year associate's degree as well as graduate from high school at the same time. So they've graduated from high school with a 2-year associate's degree from Nashville State. Our Big Picture School, which is a national program, is located at Martha Vault facility. Big Picture is a unique program that allows for students 2 days a week to go out to businesses and intern, and then to design their curriculum around their interests as it relates to what they're doing with their internship work. The Academy at Old Cockrell, we've talked a little bit about. The Academy at Hickory Hollow, and then the new Academy at Opry Mills that we propose to open. The virtual school, which allows students to take courses that may not necessarily be offered at their school location. This is something that's in its 2nd year of operation. That is housed out of the Cone building as well. The transitions program would move from the Martha Vault facility over to the Bass facility. This is a program in its 2nd year of existence for youth that have been incarcerated, and as they transition back from incarceration to the general school population, this is a program that helps with that transition so that there is at least some kind of transition between incarceration and going back to a regular school. And then the Nashville Bridge School that we've talked about for grades 8 through 10, housed at Cone for those students that are overaged and undercredited. A total for account 2650 of 98 positions and approximately $7.1 million. Again, you'll see these totals in the line item budget for account 2650. Page 6, document number 6, this is the detail for opening the new Cane Ridge Elementary School. There are site-specific positions that must be included in the operating budget for opening a new school. You can see those positions. We're projecting that Cane Ridge Elementary School will open with 747 students on August 1st. And the detail shows the principal, assistant principal, counselor, librarian, adding 2 pre-K programs, 2 pre-K classrooms, secretary, bookkeeper, clerk, etc. These are site-specific positions that can't be transferred from another school because then that school wouldn't have the appropriate personnel at that school. The teachers would follow the students from where they're coming, where they're being zoned currently. Total of 13 positions, $1.1 million. Page 7, document number 7, these are the additional resources that were required in the student assignment plan, the rezoning plan. That plan required for the district to have a separate schedule, which we provide here in document number 7, as well as a separate account, which we do have a separate account, account 2710. There were specific schools that were outlined in the student assignment plan to receive additional resources. You can see the elementary schools at the top and the high school and 2 middle schools at the bottom, particularly regarding additional school counselors, additional social workers for these schools, additional teachers to provide a lower pupil-teacher ratio in these schools. We also provide the zone choice option for students that live in the Pearl Cone cluster. If they want to go to a school in the Hillwood cluster, we do provide transportation for that choice if they want to make that choice. So we have bus drivers and fuel both allocated in this account for that purpose. These schools the staff members in these schools do receive differentiated pay, either a 5% differentiated amount or 10 additional professional development days, which equates to a 5% increase over the 200-day teacher calendar. So we've reflected all of that in this document. This account does represent additional resources over and above the regular staffing formula. Total number of positions, 81.5, with a total budget of $5.8 million. On page 8 begins document number 8. This is the 25-page line item budget, and I'm not going to go through each page of this at this point. I will tell you how this is formatted. Columns C and D reflect the current year number of positions and dollars. Columns E and F reflect the proposed changes to number of positions and dollars in each of the accounts, resulting in columns G and H for the 2012-13 proposed positions and proposed budget. Column I has some remarks, explanatory remarks to provide clarification, particularly as it relates to the types of positions that are included in some of the salary lines. But you've got this format that we've used again for a number of years, which shows salary line, benefit lines, as well as non-personnel line items. If you turn over to page 31, this is the end of the line item budget document. I just wanted to point out the grand total matching up with what was on the summary, and with 181 additional positions, an increase of $46.4 million, resulting in a proposed budget of $720.4 million. On page 33, we have a 3-page document that is intended to provide some assistance. If you have an idea what the account may be called, then this is sorted in alpha order to show the account number for each of these. So hopefully if you're looking for a particular account and you might have an idea of what it would be called, you can find that account in the line item budget. Over on page 36, this is the Nutrition Services Fund or Food Services Fund. This is required to be a separate fund. It's a self-supporting enterprise fund. If you go to page 37, it provides a summary of revenue as well as expenditures. The vast majority of revenue in the Nutrition Services Fund is federal funding through the USDA meal reimbursements. Of course, there's also revenue associated with meal sales, lunch, breakfast, a la carte. Very little state funding here for the Food Service or Nutrition Services Fund. Total budgeted revenue of $38.7 million. The bottom part of the page shows the budgeted expenditures. Of course, the largest portion being allocated to salaries and benefits for our nutrition services employees. The next largest item would, of course, be food purchases. This fund also pays its share of utilities at almost $1 million through the utilities that are used in the kitchens. That is a transfer to the General Purpose School Fund. Total budgeted expenditures, again, of $38.7 million. Over on page 38, we put the expenditure information into the same format or similar format as the line item budget for the General Purpose School Fund, showing a total number of positions, as well as, of course, the total budgeted number, $38.7 million. In the bottom left corner are the meal prices. There is no proposed change in meal prices for next year, so you can see what those meal prices are. Page 39, again, we're showing the employee work calendars for the nutrition services staff, number of student days, number of paid time off days for vacation and holidays, and paid days for employees to come in and work when students aren't present for orientation, training, and administrative duties, resulting in the total number of paid days for each employee. On page 40 begins the federal and programs grants. The federal fiscal year is October 1 to September 30th. And so at this time of year, we're always operating on estimates, our best estimates at this point, waiting until the federal budget is approved. And so this is all flow-through funding from the federal government, very prescriptive in how it can be spent. So what we try to do at this point in the year is to provide a placeholder amount, and again, until the federal budget is approved and we know what kind of funding, actual funding we're going to receive. Over on page 41 is the summary. Again, our best estimate at this point of what we will actually receive and spend for our fiscal year, which is July 1 to June 30th, as opposed to the federal fiscal year of October 1 to September 30th. The larger items here that I'll just point out, of course, the Title I program projected at $32.1 million for next year. Very prescriptive as far as a formula grant, how that money is distributed out to schools and how it can be spent. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, federal funding for our exceptional needs students at $17.9 million. Race to the top, first to the top grant money. $14 million, $14.2 million. We have a Teacher Incentive Fund grant, $2.2 million. Last year received a Magnet School Assistance Program grant, projected $4 million. Title IIA, school improvement grants, the Carl Perkins Career and Technical Education federal dollars for the career and the CTE programs in our high schools. Title III for our English language learner students and teachers. Again, this is intended to reflect a placeholder amount until we have more information regarding actual funding, $96.2 million. What you won't see here is what you did see last year, the end of the federal stimulus funding, so you don't have any ARRA federal stimulus funding here, as well as the end of the federal education jobs program funding, where the district was able to hire additional teaching positions. All of that has now run out, so you don't have that reflected here as it was last year. And with that, that ends my presentation of the documents that you have before you.
Thank you, Mr. Henson, Dr. Register, Mr. Hayes. I know after last night's late council meeting, we were all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and we got every bit of that. I would like to recognize that I'm joined by Vice Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee and Chairman of the Education Committee, Lonnell Matthews, to my right. To quickly remind everyone present, I will recognize members of the committee first, and then other members present after I've recognized all members of the committee. Councilman Stein, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. I must say, Chris, the number of years we've been doing this, your thoroughness never ceases to amaze me. A question for you all. In April, I think it was an April date, the original announcement of this budget was that it was, I think, at $723 million with about a $49 million increase. This one's at $720 with approximately $46 million increase. What happened? What's the difference in the month? If I'm correct on those figures.
You're correct. The original budget as approved by the Board of Education on April 10th was just under $723 million, $722.9. That was the budget that was presented to the mayor at the mayor's budget hearing on April 13th. When the mayor presented his budget and the budget ordinance was presented, the amount was $720.4 million. And so we went back to our board's Budget and Finance Committee and made some reductions in certain areas to get to the mayor's proposed amount of $720.4 million.
Is the recent announcement of the special education assistance cuts, is that part of the difference in the month?
It is not. Those were a part of federal stimulus funding that ran out this past year, and so that was not a part of the reduction of the $2.5 million reduction from the $723 million amount to the $720.4 million amount.
Are those position elimination reflected in this budget? I mean, I don't, on the second page where there are changes and positions added and reduced, is that reflected and I don't see it?
No, the positions that are reflected on page 2 are positions included in the general purpose school fund, the operating budget. Okay. Those positions were funded with federal funds, which would be in that separate federal fund okay. Over on the last page, where last year at the bottom of that particular summary page we had how much was proposed to be spent on the stimulus funding that we knew was just 1 year left for this current year, and so those would not be reflected in that particular document, as that document is only reflective of position changes in the general purpose operating budget.
There is one of the ongoing questions that's generally asked, and this is an opportunity about this budget for you to help educate everybody, is the constant notion that the administration on Bransford Avenue is top-heavy, and that all of those costs are what is helping drive all of the increases in all of this. Can you all address specifically address your administrative costs and how that has changed or grown or decreased over the years? And part of this may be a question for you, Chris, but also may be to our board members as well, about your philosophy about that and how that interacts with this budget.
Well, yes, I'd like to start with that and probably get Chris to help me with the answer to that, if I may. In the first place, the page 2 accurately reflects changes in the operating budget. Those are all the position changes, and if you go back over the past few years, you can see that this report is in the operating budget every year. And there's not been significant increase. I didn't look at the specific change there, but every year that's presented to the board and to Metro Council, and so that you see an annual accounting of the increase in positions. Where what's not reflected here is the great success we've had in grant funding. And the most notable is Race to the Top, $30 million. And a lot of those funds are project-driven, programmed, innovative strategies, and each of those budgets is independently developed, and many times they're there are positions involved in program management of those positions. So those positions are not reflected, and I think perhaps one of the perceptions is that a number of positions have been added in the operating budget when that's really not the truth. It's project management that goes along with this grant, with school improvement grants that have been received. We most recently received $12 million worth of school improvement grants for our low-performing schools. Those carry positions with them. But in the federal budget, when we receive those positions or when we receive those grants, we always plan sustainability. They either sunset, they go away when the funds go away, or there is a plan to include those in the operating budget, which would be reflected in page 2.
Let me just continue on that, and Michael, you're here and you're representing the board, so let me ask you all, the board is comfortable with the percentage of this budget that's spent on administration?
Yes. You asked the question philosophically, how does the board view
Move that over just a little bit.
increases in administrative expenses? Philosophically, we haven't been saying there's a mandate to add headcount and to add more people at the central office. I think quite the opposite. It's how can we push more people into the field and into the building to support our staff that are in the building. I think, furthermore, as we've been successful with federal grants, race to the top, we've wanted to have people in place and the administration shares this certainly, to audit our success. We're, really a year or so into, and we did design programs, now we're implementing programs, and so we certainly have added some capacity to be able to monitor success and know what we're doing. Another change that has come that has been expensive is the move for principals, elementary school principals, to go from 9-month to 12-month, 10-month to 12-month employees, and part of that was around, we knew they were working during the summer, but not being paid for it. We wanted to have them in the office, in school, in their building, working throughout the summer.
This may be a question that involves you all, and it may involve Mr. Riebling. Would you please outline for us the state mandated maintenance of effort, what that means for us on the local level, and is this increase, how much of this increase proposal has to do with that, or does it?
There is a state maintenance of effort requirement. In fact, every year, every school district across the state is required to meet what's called the MOE test from the State Department of Education when each school district turns its budget in to the State Department. And what the maintenance of effort means is that school districts, or the funding body for school districts, must at least budget the same amount of local revenue for the next year as was budgeted in the current year. And so obviously this budget does meet the maintenance of effort test. One thing I will point out is that on the revenue side, we are projecting additional state BEP revenue of about $15 million for the school district as part of the revenue increase. But on the local side, the minimum that's required through the maintenance of effort test is for local revenue, which mainly is local option sales tax revenue and property tax revenue, must at least be budgeted at the same amount as the prior year, or unless you have a decline in students, which we do not have, or the budget will be rejected by the State Department and must be sent back for resolution.
So effectively, the base level that we get to will never go down under state law, unless the enrollment goes down. Thank you. With regard to the increase in new teacher salary, I think you outlined the need for that. What impact does that have for the rest of the scale, for those that are there?
There are really two components to that plan. One is to essentially cut the bottom off the scale so that for the first 6 years a person's employed, that salary's $40,000 instead of stepping up each year. There's also a compaction of salaries so that teachers will get to the top at year 15 instead of year 25. Now, that's only the compaction of a couple of steps, because at the higher levels, teachers don't get there quicker. It's a strategy that can be used in salary administration to adjust the salary schedule. Our teachers do pretty well in comparison to other districts when we look at the master's degrees and maximum years experience or many years experience, PhDs who work. But the place where we've fallen way short is in beginning teacher salary. And that's the piece that hurts us. They're actually, Chris and I talked about this yesterday, and we didn't have time to compute the data, but if you think about it, if you take the bottom off, then the inflationary costs for the next 5 years or going forward will be less. So you're sort of front-end loading the salaries there if you do that. I actually used this strategy in Chattanooga. When we were losing many people to Georgia, right across the line, right across the county line, if you will, and the state line. And we didn't move it this much, but we cut a couple of levels off the bottom, and we really had very good results from that.
One final question. There are two programs that you all are actually obviously major collaborators in that aren't funded in your budget, but I'm curious if you would express your opinion about them. One is the Nashville Afterzone Alliance, and the other is the Limitless Libraries program. I trust, since you all participate in them, that you're supportive of them, but since we have to make a value judgment about those as well in another part of the budget, I'm curious, Dr. Register, if you would tell us what value you think they have.
I think both are very valuable programs. The Limitless Library program is one that we hear about on a regular basis from people in the schools. I think it's increased accessibility for our students across the district. The service that's being provided is great service, so it's a very positive change. The After School Alliance is also a very positive program for a targeted group of young people who don't have opportunities after school. That program's not to scale. And so, I think as we look forward, that's a program that merits consideration for growth in the future.
Thank you.
Councilman Tigard, you're recognized.
Thank you. Chairman McGuire hit on this for our school board members. We would have gladly changed places with you all yesterday. It's always fun for us to assume your role for one day. Michael, this is a question for you because of your construction background. How much more does it cost to retrofit or to add classrooms to a school as opposed to planning them and building a school big enough on the front end? Is it substantial or just minor? Or, I mean, I know there's a disruption factor, but, and I'm specifically, Oliver and Kelly are fairly new schools, and Harpeth Valley was in this situation a couple years ago, and it just seems to me that somewhere down the line, we know which districts, which areas are growing faster, and there has to be a cost. Why don't we figure it out and do it right on the front end?
It's a great question, and we're certainly experiencing those growth questions in the Hillsborough cluster, my district as well, and looking at do we expand Julia Green, do we build a new school? We look at the fact that we do project significant growth in that cluster with Oliver, with A.Z. Kelly. There are, and we certainly talk about this at the board a lot. I mean, there are a lot of things that are very disruptive about building a new building. One's a zone change. You buy a house in a certain neighborhood, and you buy it because perhaps you're going to go to that particular school. We want to do everything that we possibly can to not move children from school to school year after year. I'm certainly aware of the fact that it can be disruptive to build an additional wing next to classes that are ongoing and where students are. The benefit of an addition, frankly, is We're not acquiring additional land. We are not necessarily adding significant headcount. You look back at one of the new schools that we're adding here. We're adding new principals. You know, so it's a tough question that you almost have to look at on a school by school.
Well, think about it, and I'd like you to respond, you know, back after, because I mean, there is some additional cost to pull permits and to bring new crews to rebid, as opposed to going ahead and building, you know, capacity on the front end and having spread out and then grow into it. And you know, you touched on Julia Green. Obviously, there's a lot of controversy there, whether open space or new school or addition. We're being asked to approve a land purchase there. At what point will the board, I'm assuming you all have not made a decision as to what direction you're going to go, since all we're doing is approving land purchase.
You're correct. Now, if you look in our capital improvement budget, you'll see that we have proposed an addition to Julia Green in the future. But the money that we've asked for in this capital improvement budget is $1 million for land acquisition and planning, and we recognize the fact that we need to have a better plan in place for how we grow the Hillsborough cluster. I'd say the second thing that I'm really excited about is our use of technology around growth. And as a developer, I felt that at least a couple of years ago, our data sets, and we used things like the ratio of open land to buildable lots. We used permit data, but we didn't do, in my opinion, a good enough job using census data. And we have really begun to deploy that to look at how the population's growing, you know, things like number of 0 to 4-year-olds alive today that could be our future students, to better project what our growth will look like and put those sorts of plans in place so that we can build to capacity in the future.
Okay. And Dr. Register, one of the things I'll ask you to provide us here in the future is a list of individual schools, current capacity, current enrollment and capacity, and the percentage of occupation. I think that would be helpful for us to see how many vacant spaces we have versus, you know, which schools are operating at or near or above capacity.
We can provide that for you. I'd like to say one other thing in addition to Mr. Hayes' response to your initial question. One of the problems that we've had, all of us have had over the past several years, is the economic slowdown, and we know that, you know, I think we all have to recognize that capital expenditures have been almost non-existent. So it'd be great to be able to build ahead and to anticipate, but right now we're playing catch up.
Sure. But like Julia Green, you also have to weigh neighborhood issues versus, you know, when you've got taxpayers out there who are being asked to fund a substantial property tax increase, who may have, in this area, some of which have outgrown the school system and their kids are gone, and the congestion at opening and closing schools and cars lined all up on, you know, down Wallace and every which direction trying to pick up kids safely and whatnot. There is a political factor there, as you all know.
Yeah, that's why we've really slowed down on that particular project to do a really good facility use and site use study to look at traffic patterns and potential congestion and potential land acquisition. The site's fairly limited, not as limited as some of the others we have, but fairly limited. So we want to look very carefully and thoughtfully at how we proceed going forward with that. I guess one of our great concerns, though, in that particular area is that it is so densely populated and there's so little land available that the options remain fairly few. We do own the Stokes building. We see Stokes as a potential future site for a school. That's, of course, a great different expenditure than an addition at Julia Green.
Well, you led right into my next question, is providing us with a list of your vacant school properties and any comment that you would have as to future uses, as to whether they need to go back on the tax roll or whether there is a future school use for it.
Michael's been heavily involved in our discussion of that one. He's trying to take the mic, so I'm going to give it to him.
I I just wanted to say one more thing that I think is really important, and I've heard from so many constituents around green and an expansion and real concern there. And whether or not there's an expansion or not, as we think about 100 or 200 years out, I mean, you know, Dr. Register, he hit it on the head. There are very few times where you'd have an acre of land adjacent to a building available at what we think is a reasonable price. We recognize that at Green, in particular, we have a high ratio of parents who drive their kids to school, and that as that school has grown, traffic has become worse. An expansion, either today or an expansion, if not planned for and executed properly, could be a development of regional impact. And I've had real concern that if we don't acquire the land, you know, we will continue to have traffic there, whether we expand or not. Acquiring that land allows us to increase the number of parking spaces on the site, and allows us to increase and improve the drive lanes so that we can pull more traffic off of Hobbs and not have the risk of backing traffic all the way up to Hillsborough. And you back Hillsborough up and you begin to impact the mall, Burton Hills. So I felt it's incredibly important, just because the land is there and available to go after it without condemnation.
Sure. I'm going to ask sort of an off-the-wall question related to this similar subject. And this is when you talk to parents, students, faculty at Hillwood about future renovation there, and we are getting some conversation now about Hillsborough, they say the greatest problem is the school was built with hallways too small. I guess kids are bigger today in capacities, and when you talk about renovating a high school, and this is leading to my Stratford question, the greatest problem that can't be remedied with a remodeling is expanding a hallway. Was any thought, I don't know if that's a problem at Stratford or not, may not be, but 20 million is a substantial number, but when you already own the land, was any thought given to actually tearing the school down and building from scratch, and would you end up with a better situation? Or are we just putting paint and air conditioner and cosmetic fixes?
I want to ask Chris to help me with this answer, because he's the administrator over the facilities programs now. But we have a very good evaluation process where we assess all of the systems in a school, all of the conditions of the buildings, and it's an evaluation rubric that very objectively helps us determine whether a building is worth renovation or should be replaced. And that process has been in place for a number of years. We continue to review that every year, and we conduct those evaluations. So the Stratford building is the school with, I'm not sure Chris, if it's in the worst condition or not for those that need to be renovated, but it's at the lower level. It is in most need of renovation, and it can be renovated and used very effectively. Replacing that school would probably be a $50 million project.
And I was just going to follow up and mention that when we built Cane Ridge High School, which opened in 2008, so when we began putting it out for bid and constructing it, we ended up spending about $54 million, and that included the cost of land, of course, on Cane Ridge a number of years ago. But the short answer to your question is we have not necessarily considered tearing the building down and then rebuilding from scratch. The whole discussion has been on renovating that particular high school as well as some others. Hillwood is one that we have on the list. Hillsborough, Hume-Fogg, MLK, Overton, Glencliff, a number of high schools that are just older high schools we have in year 1 and year 2 of the original proposed capital request.
And they actually all fall in that $20 to $25 million range. We've got one portion of the Hume Fogg addition included in that capital budget, which is the addition of the gym. But they're such big projects, the amount's so high. We have to stagger those out, and those schools that Chris mentioned are very important and need to be put in the queue.
I'm not going to go to the Hume Fogg situation. That's a topic for another day. We've had this discussion on thinking out of the box. One final question. Explain to me the relationship between charter schools and the building that they occupy and how they're funded. So you basically, if I got part of your presentation, you turn over X number of dollars per pupil, and that charter school operates the building, the salaries, and everything on their own.
That's correct. The charter schools receive the full per pupil amount based on state and local revenue, which is what the state law requires. We do receive a calculation formula from the State Department of Education, which we follow, which determines that per pupil amount. Which includes everything included in the district's budget, which would include facility maintenance costs, et cetera. We do have a number of, I say a number, we have several charter schools that do lease space from the district.
Such as Brookmead.
Such as Brookmead, where Lead Academy is located. East End Prep Charter School and next year Nashville Prep Charter School will both be co-locating at the Dalewood facility. KIPP Academy will be located at the Ewing Park facility next year. So we do have several sites where charter schools are utilizing current MNPS facilities where we basically charge them back our cost.
If you would provide us a list of the rents being charged to those schools and how that was, a brief calculation of how that was calculated, I'd love to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Council-Lady Berry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all of you. I'm over here. Hi. I have a couple of questions. We had a public hearing last night, and one of the questions that came up was that while this particular individual did not support a tax increase, he did support taking us to number 1 in teacher salaries. What would number 1 be, and what would be the total cost of that in addition to the budget? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
I can look up the highest. I'm not sure that Memphis is the highest. Sorry, I'm not sure that Memphis is the highest. It is still $1,500 higher than ours in starting salary. Is it the highest, Chris?
Memphis City and Shelby County are basically the same teacher salary schedule, and they are the highest in the state. I think somewhere in our documentation we may have what their beginning teacher salary.
I think you said 41 something earlier. If you wouldn't mind just giving, you don't have to give it to me right now, but if you wouldn't mind sending over what that total additional cost would be if we were to actually be number 1. Okay.
I could support that recommendation.
Yeah, I didn't say I was going to recommend it. I just said I wanted the number.
Okay.
The second question I have is we've talked about the academies, and I understand that the Hickory Hollow Academy recently has lost its space. Is there going to be an additional cost in the budget because we're going to have to go and find space, or what's going on with that?
We are looking for partners. We're talking to Nashville State. We're talking to other partners to find space available. There may be some budget increase. In the approach that we've taken in moving into the malls, the Hickory Hollow, and some places like that, is we've borne the cost of renovation to get us in, but the mall partners have essentially given us rent-free space. We hope to partner with someone like a Nashville State, which is moving into that area. We're having very positive conversations with them. I've got to say they're very cooperative and very interested in partnering with us. We might have a short-term problem though, because with their development of their site, they're probably looking at mid-year, so there should be some cost involved, but it should not be exorbitant.
Well, the work that those academies do is so important, so I would encourage us to
Absolutely.
be able to find a way to make that one viable for the start of the year.
And very important for that area.
Yeah.
It serves us very well to exist in that area. So we're looking around, and we expect to have space by the time fall's here.
So the third question, we often get asked, why doesn't the Tennessee Lottery just fund everything that we do here? Can you talk just briefly about the role of the Tennessee Lottery and the funding that you get?
Chris?
Well, the lottery basically doesn't necessarily provide direct funding to the school district. The main thing that it funds is the state pre-K program, which we participate in, as well as we also have additional pre-K classrooms that are funded strictly with local funding, and we also have some that are funded with federal funding. But the lottery proceeds, for the most part, go to supporting the state's pre-K program, again, which we participate in.
Great. The next question, the low-performing school grants that you've talked about, especially the Race to the Top money, which I think was $30 million. We see these funds come in, and we're looking at how they are utilized, but we never see a decrease in the amount of money that is needed to continue to run those low-performing schools. Why not? Why isn't there a decrease when we get some of this grant funding?
Well, perhaps it's the fact that the Race to the Top budget is a federal budget, and it's not included in the general operating budget for those schools. We provide basic services. The Race to the Top funds or other grant funds are usually very narrowly tailored to the specific goals established in the grant. They're add-ons, if you will.
So do we ever see a reduction then in our overall general fund when we get grant fund like that, or is it just an addition?
We run into what's called a supplanting issue if we reduce our local funding for something that a federal fund or grant funding pays for, because those additional funds are intended to be supplemental or in addition to what the local funding is already providing. So there are supplanting issues that we can run into where we might have to pay that money back into the future based upon federal monitoring.
I can use another example. We received a $12 million magnet school grant 2 years ago now, and it's specifically in the grant application requires you to be very specific about how you're going to use the funds, and that grant will not let you hire regular teachers or staff.
Okay. And then my last question is, there was an article in the paper today about how the state has approved some additional charter schools that are going to be coming to locally to us next year. Is that going to have an impact on the budget number that we're looking at as far as the amount of money flowing to charter schools, and if so, how much?
It's year after next.
It's not this year. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Council Lady Dowell, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just had a quick question to ask about, first of all, I want to go on record and say that I definitely support the teachers and wish we could pay them whatever it takes to make them the highest paid. I know they have a very difficult job, and I really appreciate the work that they do. The question I have is, has MNPS done any type of compensation analysis across the board, looking at all the positions that they have to see how we align with other states or municipalities our same size?
We have done some of that. We actually put quite a bit of research into this particular issue. We had 2 research assistants who did rather extensive work, two Vanderbilt students who did extensive work in looking at comparative data in this regard. We've also hired a compensation specialist as a part of our restructuring of human resources to really do a more comprehensive study on an ongoing basis of comparative salaries, how they compare, and what needs to be adjusted.
So just to clarify, the work that's being done is internal. We have not looked at consulting outside with a compensation group and having them come in and just looking at what we're paying the employees and positions and so forth to determine.
Not on a comprehensive basis.
Okay. And The other question I have, and this may be something that you can get back to me on, as far as the administration goes, I was just curious what percentage of teachers or staff we have with teacher certifications that are employed in non-teaching positions. And what I mean by that is how many people with teacher licenses are employed, you know, at the administration office and not involved with actually teaching students.
Yeah, well, we can get back to you with that.
Okay, and then one other question I had that came from actually an email. They wanted to know why MNPS employs a travel agent. Are you familiar with that, and is that a position that is filled?
It is. It's in our purchasing department. It's a clerical type position that is responsible for making travel arrangements for employees that are going on conferences so that we get the best rates, and so that's all coordinated in our purchasing department. So it's as I said, basically a clerical type position that handles all of the travel requests from schools for teachers that might go to conferences, or anyone that might be traveling for work-related kinds of conferencing and workshops.
Okay, and are the school board members allotted any dollars toward travel?
There is a budget for Board of Education travel. I think it's just over $17,000 this past year, and I think it's the same for next year. I don't think that it was all spent last year or this year for the 9 school board members.
Thank you.
Hold on, Chairman, let me turn the microphone on. There you go. Go ahead.
I would just like to add to that some of the time that I travel that we make as school board members is really paid by ourselves. For instance, my trip that I just took to China was paid by me.
Councilman Mitchell, you recognize?
Yeah, we've talked about the parapros. How many, is it 200 parapros that we're losing from the federal?
It's not 200. I think it's 130. If you'll hold just a second, I'll give you an answer on that.
And the cost of those?
$3.4 million is the dollar figure, and the number of positions is it's I don't see that figure, but it's approximately 130.
You know, I don't know if some of my colleagues understand just what exactly that means. You know, let's just take your average pre-K classroom. It's got 16 children in that pre-K classroom. Right now, it's got 8 typical children, just your average ordinary student. Then it's got 8 other children in there that could be, some could be fully functioning with an IEP, or they could have Down syndrome, or, you know, just need assistance constantly. So, you know, right now, you know, we'll have two assistants in there, 8 typical, 8 with IEPs. Well, what we're about to go to, ladies and gentlemen, is 11 with IEPs and 5 typical. And we're going to cut from 2 teacher assistants in that classroom down to 1. So, you know, we're losing the federal money. I understand that, but we're paying for travel agents. We're paying for a lot of other things. You know, we may not can find money in this budget for all 130, but I think we need to look. If we're paying for travel aid, you know, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I've heard of Travelocity, and, you know, you usually can get a pretty good rate on that. But, you know, that's just kind of my fear. You know, those kids who are in those pre-K classrooms, or any kids with you know, Down syndrome or other, you know, things that are in the classrooms, the teacher's still required, we've got all these requirements from, the state legislature. These teachers have to teach at a certain level and get these kids at a certain level, or we're going to, hit the teacher over the head and it's the teacher's fault. Well, we're setting her up for failure, he or she up for failure, if we've got 11 kids in the classroom that could dart out of the classroom at any time and just take off running at full speed, and she's got to take care of that situation, and we're going to cut that assistant in her classroom, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to pay a travel agent. What's wrong with that? But, I just wanted to let y'all know what exactly that means by taking those positions away. Another area where I'm concerned with is, I see we have an increase in the contract for the privatization of custodial services, and it says additional square footage. Have we lost any square footage in this budget? Or are we just adding?
We have not lost any square footage. The addition for the contracted custodial services is based on basically three different reasons. The first is the opening of the new Cane Ridge Elementary School, where we have an additional school that would require custodial and groundskeeping services. The other two are related to some additional services that the district is requesting that GCA perform, mainly in the area of groundskeeping. The original RFP and contract required that GCA would perform grass cutting outside the fenced areas of athletic fields at all of our schools. And once we got into it, it was very difficult for the district and the schools to maintain some of the areas within the fenced area at the schools. And so request was made for GCA to begin cutting the grass inside the fenced area of athletic areas, but not the athletic fields themselves. So that was a request for some additional service. The other piece is that the RFP and the contract were based on a certain number of students and a certain square footage total. The increase there relating to increase in numbers of students that we've experienced over the last several years is an increase in the consumables usage that the outsourcing contractor provides, particularly paper towels, hand soap, and toilet paper. And so to take that into consideration, all three of those were a part of the increase. It's about a 1.9% increase over a 3-year period, since there was not an increase last year. But the big piece of that is the opening of a new school and the additional services that the district requested.
And it may all justify itself, but I still have a real bad taste in my mouth from the Board of Education setting up there in this committee telling us that those employees were going to get the same benefits, and the same opportunities as they currently had when they were MNPS employees. I don't know if going to the type of health care plan that they went to and going from a pension to you can contribute to your 401k when you're making $18,000 to $22,000 a year is the same type of benefits they had. And, it goes back to these parapros. They're an essential part of the team. It's just not, the teachers, they do a wonderful job. They've got a hard job, and they've got state mandates looking down their back. But it takes the whole team in our school system to succeed. And I really am, it's beyond me that our school board takes the least among us, the least paid positions, you know, the custodians, these parapros, the bus drivers. They're the ones who we just seem to not care about. But I can assure you they are an essential part of the team in educating our children, my children, in our school system. And just the lack of concern for these people is just astonishing. And I don't know what has to happen for us to be a better citizen, you know, and better employer. You know, the morale of these folks, you're just continuing to just, you know, let's go to the labor policy. You had a labor policy for 10 years. You know, nobody was asking for anything else. Nobody was asking for more vacation days. They weren't asking for a pay raise. You just wanted to have, you know, have an in-service and tell them, you know, I can fire you for good reason, no reason, or if I don't like the color shirt you have on. That was pretty much the PowerPoint presentation you gave to those folks. I don't know, you know, that I don't think that's going to really make people want to get up in the morning and come to work and do a great job. You know, what could y'all say about that?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, you outsource custodial also.
I did not.
And so this is the third year of our outsourcing custodial. There actually are a few more people employed now by GCA than was employed in the school system, and we didn't feel like at the time we could afford to pay the cost of having those employees as Metro employees. And in our budget, in our internal audit, which is being conducted now, the savings, including this coming year, will be approximately $21 million. We are providing, that's over the 3-year period of time. We do a monthly inspection of buildings. Our cleanliness factor in our buildings is well over 90% on a rubric that's completed by principals. If you look at the grounds, if you ride around and look at the grounds, you'll see that the grass is cut at a higher level than it's been before, and particularly in the summer, if you'll notice that. So it's a matter of providing service and focusing funds on really on improving, on putting as many of our funds as we can into instructional programs and support. Now I want to go back to the first issue that you raised, and that's exceptional assistance. I want to relate it to a bigger picture, if I may. About, I guess 4 years ago now, we received federal jobs money, stimulus money. We knew that that money would last for a certain period of time, and it was a good bit of money. We hired teachers. IDEA, or special ed, received a good allocation of funds from that federal jobs money. I don't think that local government can stand to sustain a federal budget when it runs out. You know, if so, I'd like to ask you to think about Race to the Top funds when they run out also. But 2 years ago, we reduced over 200 teaching positions when we used up the jobs money that was available. We knew that we were going to. We knew that we were going to run out. Our enrollment was going up, and our class size went up as a result of the use of those funds. Our special education staff knew that when we put those extra people on, that those funds would be used up at a certain point in time, and we've stretched it and used it as long as we can. And what I'll say about service at this point in time is we are working very diligently to make sure that we maintain the service that is expected for each of our exceptional children. For example, we did not reduce positions for one-on-one service for exceptional educators who were needing to provide special service for people. I know that in a related area, we're working with the health department now to look at increasing nursing services in our district. And we have a need for that. But this is, we knew this was going to happen. It's been planned, and we lost the jobs money for teachers 2 years ago. This year, we used up the money for exceptional education, and we've made some reductions there. But we are planning to provide services. Part of those 90 teachers that we're adding to our district will be added in special education areas. I'd like to point out another issue that's very important and I think very central to providing good service for children in exceptional education. We are increasing inclusionary services. That means that many special students who might have only received service from special educators are now receiving service to a greater extent from general educators also. And I will say to you that I also regret having to reduce positions like that. But we knew going in that there would come a time when those funds would not be available, and I think we've planned effectively for those. If there is a child, if there are programs that need additional services, then and that's a part of an IEP and a part of a requirement for those children, then we'll come back and reconsider that and add what's necessary to make sure that every child is served. We feel at this time that we have a plan that will serve children.
Well, you know, and that's true, you'll serve those children, but like I said, you know, let's say an elementary school has 2 pre-K classrooms. You've got 8 typical in each classroom, so there's 16 slots that are lottery slots for your typical kids. Now it's going to be 11 and 11, so now you're down to 10 slots for your typical children. So your typical child who is not required by federal law to get services can't get into the school system. So we're limiting those kids. And like I said, I understand you're losing the federal dollars, but as someone else has pointed out, we have a travel agent. And, you know, another position that may be mandated by federal law is a fire extinguisher coordinator. I don't know, but that's on your list as well. I think we can cross-train some maintenance people or something to be the fire extinguisher coordinator. I'm not sure, but, you know, someone up front asked about being top-heavy at Bransford Avenue. There's 2 good examples of just us skimming through, you know, not digging deep and just turning over the topsoil and finding those 2 positions. And if I'm taking teachers out of the classroom that are very necessary for special needs children, and I've got a fire extinguisher coordinator and I've got a travel agent, I have a problem with that.
I'll respond to again to the travel agent position. This is a position in the purchasing department that is a fairly low pay grade position, a clerical type position, purchasing assistant. That was a recommendation from our federal monitors. The travel was one of the areas that got the district in trouble relating to the high risk status that Dr. Register mentioned earlier. And as part of the recommendations from the federal monitors was establishing this position to coordinate all conference travel, et cetera, rather than allowing individual employees, teachers, et cetera, to coordinate all of their own travel without proper approvals. The fire extinguisher coordinator position is a position in the maintenance department. It performs other duties as well. Obviously, with 182 buildings, we have quite a few fire extinguishers that are required to be serviced. We service our own fire extinguishers through these positions, make sure that we're in compliance with the fire marshal. But that is a maintenance position.
And last thing, I would say the travel agent is probably a low pay grade, probably similar to maybe a custodian or a parapro.
Councilman Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Register, MNPS, School Board, thank you guys all for being here. Just real quick, I wanted to say first, thanks so much for your vision with Stratford. Really enjoyed touring with you guys, and appreciate you working with the mayor's office and seeing the vision. I know you had other choices or other high schools you could have gotten going on, and East Nashville's really excited about it. We really appreciate the renovation and are very excited about seeing that happen. Do you guys have a tentative plan to build? Just while I'm speaking on that, is there, as in, will you, I know they're a little bit under-enrolled, will you move the kids around in the school, or perhaps move them to Dalewood, or do you have any kind of tentative plan on that yet, assuming this all goes through?
We do, and we've been internally discussing that. The school has some capacity, and so part of the plan is, if possible, to move students around within the existing facility. What we've done in some other cases, we've brought in portable classrooms to relocate some classes temporarily during construction. And as you said, we also have the Dalewood facility, which currently, or for next year, will house 2 charter schools, but there will still be space available if needed. If we needed to move, for instance, the 9th grade to Dalewood during the construction, similar to what we did with Maplewood. When we renovated Maplewood, we moved the 9th grade to Dalewood. So we're still evaluating all of those. We'll work closely with the principal, Mike Steele, as well as some other staff members to determine what's the best approach that would be the least disruptive approach to students, but also to make sure that what works best for the school itself.
Is there any more, since you mentioned Dalewood, is there any more tentative long-term plans for that? I had done a little bit of a neighborhood survey. I'm not sure if you guys even knew about that. I know I talked to Gracie about it. But they were excited about sort of the possible East Lit idea. Then there was sort of an idea for maybe some kind of innovative charter magnet kind of thing. And so I didn't even realize there was a second charter coming in for the time being. But has there been any more discussion on sort of where we're going? Because we're all excited about that as an asset in the community. It's right in the middle of Inglewood. It's a great building, obviously, that's been renovated fairly recently.
Yes, thanks for asking. One of the conversations we've had about Dalewood is the possibility of expanding our PIDEA program at East Nashville High School now. I called it right that time. I called it right that time. But the program is very successful and very popular, and it has growing pains. We have a lead principal there now who is the principal at that school, and the charge to him is to build K-12 patterns, feeder patterns for the PIDEA school. I'll brag on East Lit. They graduate, East Lit, I called it East Lit that time.
Messed up.
Sorry, yeah. It's hard to get over.
1 for 2.
It's a school that from the beginning of the year to the end of the year this year, with its senior class, graduated 100%. Every senior who started the school year graduated from that school. It has a very high college going rate. There are no academic criteria for admittance. And it's a very strong program, and we want to build that, and that's really the priority that we're looking at Dalewood now, to figure out how to grow that to meet the demand of student enrollment. We have a waiting list, and I can't tell you how big it is at East Lit.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Okay, well, I'll be sure to share that with the community. Something you said a minute ago with the got me thinking, when the Race to the Top money's out, the STEM program has become a very important piece at Stratford. Is there a plan to have a sustainable STEM program there? And we don't want to, with what Bo was bringing up with the, federal money runs out, then what do we do? What will we do over at Stratford? Because with the renovation, everything is going in the right direction. I just don't want to see some sort of collapse of the program.
Well, it's a multifaceted partnership to bring the STEM Academy to Stratford High School. I'm not quite sure how much Race to the Top money we have going into that. We have a lot of Title I money going into that. That is funded on an ongoing basis, although the funds are being cut pretty significantly this year. It also has school improvement grant money from the state. We have a partnership with Vanderbilt, and we have a partnership with Battelle for kids for that program. But a lot of what we try to do when we build a program like that is build capacity in the school. There's some extra positions there. We can add an extra teaching position or two if the funding goes away and we have to add it. We've got several of those worked into this proposed budget of those 90 teachers where we're trying to add a teacher here and a teacher there for program. But the other side of the grant funding is to build the capacity of the instructional team that's there. So we expect STEM to continue at Stratford. Stratford is also one of the state hubs for, there are only two, but it's one of two state hubs for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in Tennessee. The other one's in the Oak Ridge area, Knoxville area.
Which is with the Haslam event that we had was sort of kicking off the
whole. That's right. Okay. So we think that the program there is sustainable.
Okay, great. Charter question, I've been, I guess, sort of a fan of charters. I don't know if I know enough about them. Obviously I was interested in maybe Dalewood could be something like, when does it become the point where we can't divert any more resources to charters? I mean, I know we're at 11, we're going up to 13. Will there ever be a max? Is there a point of no return? When does the funding when do you have to say, okay, we can't put any more money into different schools and that sort of thing?
That's a really complex question. The answer is very complex too, because what we haven't realized, the question is what scale, when do we start realizing savings from the regular operating budget for what number of students does it take to go there? We know that if you create a charter and you draw kids from a large area, that you may only take a few students away from each school, or not enough to have a teacher to go with every classroom of kids going in. So we know that also that the more schools you have, the more it costs to operate them. We haven't realized a lot of savings as the scale gets bigger. If it gets bigger, then I think we will begin to see a reduction in the number of teachers we need. I'm not sure, but what we see that to some extent now, because we're not staffing our schools at the level that's higher for the flow through going out. So it's really a very complex answer to that question. I think the bigger question, maybe another question is, so the state's really thrown wide open the gates. And an issue that this Board of Education grapples with is what adds value in our school system. How many is too many? And I think there are many questions that need a great deal of study as we go forward about what we recruit, what we have, what we want to have in our district, and what adds value to our district.
Well, yeah, and I also was bringing it up just based on teachers. I mean, I wanted to also thank you for the progressive vision of paying teachers more. I think that's great. Let's start them higher. We can be more competitive. I think they've long been underpaid. I think that's all great stuff. But then the charter schools don't have to pay their teachers the $40,000, correct? Correct. I mean, we don't even technically. Do you guys know what they pay their teachers? I mean, isn't it just we kind of give them the money and then we don't really know?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
According to Chris.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just trying to sort of figure out the model of what's going on with those guys, and
so there is in that regard there is a competition. I would think I would expect charters to comparably pay.
Okay.
But I might be wrong about that.
Well, I know, I've been to some, and I really like what they're doing. Like, I mean, I go to KIPP a lot, and I've checked it out several times, and have really been interested in student performance, I think, when I go in, it looks like they're doing great things. But I'm also, then on the other side of the coin, I'm really excited that you guys are raising teacher salaries, but then if we can't guarantee that all the teachers are going to be paid, and then we start adding more charter schools, then just the number of teachers getting paid $40,000 could become less and less and less, I guess. So
I think, just to follow up, I think from what I've heard, there may be some charter schools that already pay more than the $40,000 through not only the state and local revenue per pupil amount that they receive, but also the philanthropic donations and contributions that they receive. So there may be some on the other side of that spectrum too.
Okay, great. I think that's all the questions I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councillady Evans, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McGuire, and thank you all for hanging in there with us for so long. I really appreciate it. Because I'm getting emails from my constituents, let me just start to so they can get on with their evening. Let me just start with the Julia Green question. Michael, you have been just terrific. And Dr. Register and the staff has just been terrific in, I think, accommodating the concerns of parents by putting off the moving forward with the 12 classroom edition, and I really appreciate it. We had actually, I think Councilman Todd's constituents was here last night and spoke at the public hearing and made a request, and since you weren't here, I'm going to make the same request and ask you to respond, which is she asked us to hold MNPS accountable for working with the community to develop a consensus-driven solution that is supported by both Julia Green parents, Julia Green students, and the surrounding neighborhood. Do you commit to that?
Yes.
You do. Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Register?
We'll certainly communicate with parents on that process.
I liked Michael's answer much better.
I thought you would.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate your support. So if we could, I'm just going to move on to some few technical questions here. And some of these questions, and I apologize, they're a little mundane, but for the viewing public, I'm going to ask them. I think we all know the answers. The first is, from your perspective, MNPS, is that a department of the metropolitan government?
From my perspective, it is not. It's closely affiliated, but it has a different status with an elected board.
Okay. From an audit perspective, is it audited and treated as a department of the metropolitan government on our CAFRA?
From my understanding, yes, it is. Okay.
So from the financial audit perspective, it is. From a perhaps Dr. Register's perspective, it is not. Okay. Dr. Register, you provided us with a few data points, and I kind of want to expand on those. You talked about our event dropout rate, our graduation rate. Can you provide us, and again, this is one question I think most of us know the answers to, but for the viewing public, percent of students proficient and advanced in the K through 8 level, high school level in math and high school? What are those figures for FY11?
I do not have that test data with me. We have seen an increase in the last couple of years, but we've also had a change in standards. We've had a change in No Child Left Behind laws.
I wasn't asking about the growth. I was asking about the absolute numbers for 2011. Can you remember roughly what those figures were?
No, I did not have those with me.
Oh, okay. Okay. We can all look them up on the internet, and for those of you watching at home, they're on the Tennessee Department of Education website.
11 or 11, 12?
2011, because we have 12 coming out pretty soon, right?
12 is not out yet, that's correct. That's this past year's data.
Okay. All right, my next question, I want to talk a little bit about you said something kind of interesting when Bo was talking about the privatization and moving commodity functions, outsourcing commodity functions, and the custodian function, in your view, is, I guess, a commodity function. Is that fair? I mean,
I would not define it as a commodity. I think it's a a support service.
When I say commodity, I mean somebody other than you does it.
It is outsourced.
Okay. So I have a question then about maintenance. We chose to outsource custodians, but we have 200 employees in maintenance. And I think Bo kind of alluded to this. There are, hold on a sec. This is a list of your FTEs I'm just going through. 15 lead carpenters, 19 painters, 15 regular carpenters, so that's 30 carpenters. My husband's in construction. He would probably salivate at this list. 14 electricians. Have you, maintenance is probably also a similar function somebody else does and they do it all day long. Have you given any thought to outsourcing these employees?
Not serious consideration. Actually, when I was in a system in North Carolina, I did outsource maintenance. Didn't work as well, didn't save as much money because you've got a number of skilled laborers there. You're talking about the number of employees that we have. Let me give you another number. 14 million square feet, and the average age is over 40 years old.
Do you know how many maintenance employees we have in the general government?
No. How many square feet do you have?
3.4 million. Do you know how many maintenance employees we have in the general government?
No.
6.
Do you outsource?
We outsource most of it and have for a number of years, which is why I asked the question.
Would you like for us to consider that?
I'd like you to consider anything that moves dollars into the classroom, which is a nice segue to my next question, which is, since 2009, costs, and I'm using budget numbers right now. You were treated as a department of this government, so we don't have an audited financial of MNPS, so I can't use audited financials. I have to rely on the budget numbers that are on your website. So forgive me for that inaccuracy, and I'll caveat that. Admin expenses, this everybody worries about top heavy, up 22.43% in 5 years. That's 2009 through 13. 6.2%, I guess, roughly this year. And then curriculum and instruction, where the bulk of our teaching happens, that figure is up 12% over that 5-year period. Why aren't we pushing more into the classroom? Why isn't it more closer to 23%?
Well, the one thing that happened in '09 was that we moved a lot of the instructional support into schools. Over 200 positions were moved out of the central office and into the schools. I did not anticipate a question on administrative increases. I'll give you a couple of reasons of why there may be some increase in the bottom line dollar. One is that elementary principals were moved to 12 months a year ago. That increased the cost there, and as we've also added schools, we've added principals and some assistant principals around.
Okay. The $3 million cut, that, if you want to call it a cut, I guess, that was sustained as a result from going to $723 million to $720 million. Where did you choose to take that $3 million out of? What sections of the budget? And Chris, I'm using your categories off your budget: admin, leadership and learning, transportation, et cetera.
There were a number of areas when we went back and looked at the budget and realized that we needed to make a reduction of $2.5 million. One of the areas we re-looked at was the textbooks. We had originally included a higher dollar figure, approximately $6.5 million for the textbook budget. back in, I guess it was when the budget was first presented to the board on February the 28th. Since that time, we had been looking at textbooks, what would be needed for next year relating to what the current adoptions are, the number of replacement textbooks that are needed. Also looking at, we have an electronic textbook inventory system looking at the number of textbooks that are in inventory across the district at schools. We felt like we were able to make a reduction of about $1 million from the textbook budget and still provide the textbooks that were needed for the adoptions, except for the literature adoption, as well as replacement textbooks, leaving about $5.5 million in the textbook line. So that was probably
textbooks is in leadership and learning, right?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
It is. The other area that we looked at was in relation to the number of additional teachers that are needed. As I mentioned, when we look at the total number of teaching positions that are needed based upon next year's student projections, we look at regular education teachers, exceptional education teachers, English learner teachers, and career and technical education teachers, not knowing for the next year what individual schools' master schedules for students are going to be. We are having a lot of success in our schools hiring teachers that have dual certification. And by that I mean, for instance, at an elementary school, you hire a teacher that teaches third grade. She has an elementary certification, but also she has been able to obtain an English learner or English as a second language endorsement, so she's dual certified, which has allowed us to reduce the number of ELL or English language learner teachers that are required to come in additionally and provide pull-out services to our English learner students, because that students' needs can be met in the regular classroom. So we went back and made a reduction of 10 English learner teachers from what was originally requested as an additional 100 teachers down to an additional 90 teachers. And so that was about a $560,000 reduction. That also is in the leadership and learning division. We also looked at transportation. When we budgeted, we always budget to be fully staffed in all positions all year long, realizing that we've had difficulty over the last several years in being fully staffed in transportation with bus drivers. So we've had some vacancies, we've had some turnover, and so we went back and looked historically, not reducing any bus driving positions, but looking at the total salary benefit line for those positions, knowing that we haven't been fully staffed, even though we would like to be. So we reduced the line there without reducing positions, just taking into consideration the fact that those positions haven't been fully staffed all year and probably won't be for the next year, which has required some of our driver supervisors to actually drive buses to take the place of those vacancies. And that's in the transportation area. Another area that we made, and that was about a $500,000 reduction. Another area that we looked at was in our utilities account. We have experienced some pretty good success with our energy conservation measures, energy conservation projects. We looked at where we stand currently with our electricity utility account, and felt like that we were going to end the year in a positive fashion with our electricity account this year. And so we went back and reduced that inflationary factor that we had included in the budget for our electricity account down from 12%, which is what Metro Finance is using for all of the electricity accounts for Metro, down to 10%. That was about a $400,000 reduction, and that's in the 5,000 series, which would be, I guess, operation of plant. We also made a reduction in some of our fixed costs. Unemployment compensation, we felt like what we had included in the budget back in the January-February timeframe to include as a contribution into that unemployment compensation fund to pay out those benefits as people have claimed unemployment. We felt like the fund was healthy enough where we could make a reduction in the amount that we had originally proposed for unemployment compensation, a reduction of about $500,000. That's in the 7,000 series, which is the fixed charges division.
Okay, and to be fair, you actually had a few items go up as well, so you actually had to come up with a little bit more than $2.5 million, right?
We did.
I see the MDHA figure went up as well.
That went up fairly substantially, $466,000. That we didn't have that number for next year when the budget was approved by the board and presented to the mayor. We did receive that number from Metro after the fact, and so we went ahead and included that increase as well as the increase to the Metro ITS internal service charge account, which is in the leadership and learning division, of $155,000.
Okay, so of the $2.5 million, we took about a million-ish out of leadership and learning, and the rest from those various other accounts, right? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. If I could move on, Chris, to capital plan. The, I guess, original proposal, or, I guess wish list called for $22.5 million for this year. That was, I think, subsequently pared back to 10, and now, as I understand it from the mayor's office, the capital spending plan, we're down to $5 million. Is that your understanding as well?
For technology?
For technology, yes, sir.
That's correct.
Okay, and how do you plan on spending that technology? Well, let me rephrase that question. I work in a pretty technology-heavy industry, and not to get anecdotal here, but we use what we call technology plans, which are sort of our roadmap, going forward, what we're going to buy, when we're going to buy it, what our refresh cycle is, when things go obsolete, or so forth. Do you have something like that, a plan like that tells you, what you should spend each year?
There is a plan that takes into consideration the age of computers, for instance, out in the schools. We have a computer refresh plan, as well as to increase the number of computing devices out in our schools. That is probably the majority of the amount that would be requested. The other piece would be infrastructure as it relates to network upgrades that are greatly needed at some of our schools, as well as making all of our schools wireless, having a wireless network in all of our schools. Those are probably the three largest areas that were being proposed for capital funding, would be refresh and add to computing devices in schools, network upgrades, and wireless infrastructure. Okay,
and I'm going to use that commodity word again. Network upgrades, to what extent? I know historically MNPS, like Metro Police and every other department, works off a centralized IT backbone, for lack of a better word, and that's continuing. You are going to continue to have essentially your commoditized infrastructure within the IT department. You're not building a separate redundant system, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm getting to the edge of my knowledge in the area, so not that I'm aware of. Okay, so we will continue to use, and you will continue to use the IT infrastructure. So I'm kind of wondering when it comes to network infrastructure and so forth, what isn't being provided by our Metro IT department? Well, as far as the individual networks, none of that is provided by our Metro IT department. These would be networks in our schools, the local area networks, some of which are a number of years old and need to be upgraded. And as I said, we also want to put the wireless infrastructure into all of our schools. Okay, and back to the theme that's running through these questions about trying to get as much into the classroom. I've been in contact with Mr. Carr, who I guess is your technology person, and I asked him for a revised list, which I actually haven't gotten yet, once the IT figure went from 10 million to 5 million, and he said something that I think the public should know about, because it's about priorities and choices, and I think that's really important. And
he said, we're working on a revised list. I'm reading the email off my BlackBerry. However, it will mean that we will only be able to do infrastructure work and not purchase student or teacher devices. We have wireless infrastructure as a priority. So you as a system have decided that the infrastructure is more important than the classroom. That's the policy decision.
Not necessarily. When the budget's finalized, we'll give that back to our IT department and really look at how to revise the budget. We have not done that work yet. I think Fred was giving you a quick answer, and it's one that we've been talking about, but final decisions aren't made on that.
Okay, it sounded kind of final, so you might want to.
It's pretty important
get with him.
you know. I guess one of the real concerns we have is that we don't have internet access in a lot of our schools, and that's sort of a next step for us. We have a large number of technology devices in our school system. We can't solve either of those problems this year, so it's really a balance of how we continue to add internet service and accessibility in our schools, and that's for use by students as well as teachers in our schools, and how do we update and add to the number of computing devices or technological devices that we have for students to use.
And what is your deployment plan for that technology? I mean, how many schools in year one? How many schools in year two? Which schools?
Now, I don't have that information here. We'll be glad to provide it to you. And I would think that if the budget is cut by $5 million, we'll have to spend some time looking at how to reset those priorities at a lesser amount.
Okay. Going back to the budget, I've noticed a few anomalies over the 5-year period. The purchasing budget has gone up significantly, about 125% in 5 years. What would cause that?
That was a part of the study that CSS International performed when the school district went into the high-risk status with the federal government. We brought in some consultants to look at all of the business practices, particularly as they relate to federal funding. And one of the recommendations, there were over 100 recommendations that were made, working very closely with the State Department of Education as well as the U.S. Department of Education and the Office of Inspector General. Well, one of the recommendations was to totally reorganize our purchasing department. Part of the issue was that there were not enough resources in an organization of this size, of our size, to be able to handle providing all of the approvals and services that would be needed in a district of our size. The current purchasing department, I think, is made up of 10 positions, and for 144 schools plus however many departments. And that was strictly a recommendation from the federal government and the consultant regarding how to organize the purchasing department to be able to be compliant with all of the regulations that we have to follow, as well as the approvals in the purchasing process.
Did you approach Metro Purchasing about working on a solution collaboratively?
We had many discussions with Metro Purchasing regarding purchasing itself. We had issues over time regarding being able to get requests for proposals out, invitations to bid, just based upon their staffing level, where their staffing level had been reduced over a number of years. And so at the recommendation of the State Department as well as the U.S. Department of Education, they felt like that we should have our own purchasing department, perform our own purchasing function, where it would be more timely to get goods and services out to schools quicker, and also where we would be sure that we were in compliance with the regulations that we have to follow.
Do you still use the electronic purchasing, the e-bid program of Metro Purchasing?
Well, the e-bid program is where you put...
No, I'm sorry, not e-bid, the BOB, the Business Opportunity Bulletin. Sorry, I'm getting tired too.
I'm not familiar with the Business Opportunity
Bulletin. I guess it's the electronic system in which we advertise bidding opportunities. Maybe I'm using the wrong term.
Yes, we collaborate with Metro Purchasing when we put requests for proposals or invitations to bid out. we use the same vendor registration process as Metro Purchasing uses.
Why did you cancel the MOU with purchasing that had been in place since Fulton?
We didn't necessarily cancel it. There was a mutual agreement between our organization and Metro Purchasing that we would be better off and more efficient as well as more effective if we had our own purchasing department. We formerly had a purchasing department. It was just basically a skeletal crew. And so we felt like that it would be more efficient and effective for the school district and the schools for us to have that as a department within our own organization.
Okay, and I'm almost done. The strategic plan, MNPS achieves, focus on 2012, it says abandonment, what strategies are not achieving intended results. So for 2012, what strategies have you identified pursuant to first to the top that have not achieved intended results? What things are you going to abandon?
We're, as a part, MNPS achieves is our comprehensive reform strategy, and there were originally about 65 initiatives there in that comprehensive reform strategy. We're in the process now of looking at our Race to the Top grant. We have a grant manager who analyzes that, and we're in the process now of deciding what changes will be made to that as we go forward.
Okay, so
no decisions yet for 12-13.
Okay, I'm sorry, it said 12, that's why I asked. So I won't ask the second question, which is also on that page. Last thing, if this budget is funded at $720 million, add the federal dollars, $857 million. New teachers, we raised their pay, the students at Vanderbilt think we should. What results, what increase, what change in our performance of our system in, and if you could use numbers in the response to this, that'd be great. What's going to get better? That's what my parents and my constituents want to know.
Test scores.
And how much? 10%, 15%?
I think, you know, I'm not going to quantify it that way. Let me say this: we're going to make advances this year. The last thing to change is the test score.
I realize that we've already.
I am not satisfied with the change that we're making so far. What we must do is close the achievement gap and raise the achievement level of all of our students. We expect to make the benchmarks that the state sets in improvement and exceed those. We expect to close the achievement gap. We expect to increase the achievement of students who are English learners, who are economically disadvantaged, big groups of children in our school system. So it really amounts to providing the best teachers for the students in our schools.
I totally agree, but I know your results are probably going to go up this year. You've been making some incremental progress in each year, so I expect some improvement this year. I'm asking about next year, okay? Because we've already funded whatever the result is that's coming in. So as a result of these changes, and you've seen your results the last 3 years, you ought to be able to predict, generally speaking, within a margin of error of 5 or 10%, what's going to change.
What we haven't done yet is receive the data from this past year. And with our research and development department, Dr. Changus, you know, I think what we first have to do is get the final data from the state. It's late. It won't be as late as it was last year, but we don't have that data yet. So we need to get that data and analyze it and look at it school by school, teacher by teacher, and determine what goals to set for next year. It's my expectation that test scores will continue to rise and rise at a greater rate than what they have.
Okay.
As far as setting a goal at this point in time, it's premature. I can't do that.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. What would you consider success in FY13 for percent proficient advanced in elementary and high school math and reading? What do you think?
I would like to see us significantly raise achievement levels, the percentage of students who are proficient or advanced, and I would like to see us close the achievement gap.
How do you define significant?
Significant is, I can't answer. I'm not going to answer that at this time.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, thank you very much for your time tonight. I really appreciate it. School board, thanks for being here. You've been very helpful. Thanks.
Councilor Gilmore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, school board members, and thank you, the chair of the school board and Dr. Registrar. I had just 3 or 4 questions. The first was, I noticed from looking at the school report that the chamber does each year from 2000 to about 2012, the number of economically disadvantaged children increased significantly. It went from like 56 to 57 to 60 to 75. And I was trying to see, could you, do you have a reason for that? Did the formula change, or has something changed to make it increase so significantly?
From 2000 till now, I don't think the formula's changed, but I stand to be corrected on that. But it is a percentage of students on free and reduced price lunch, basically. The percentage of students who qualify for free and reduced price lunch may have changed in that 12-year period of time, but I really don't think so. I think it's pretty constant. So we have had an increase in the number of economically disadvantaged students in our school system. Interesting statistic that this past year has dipped slightly. Mm-hmm. We've gone from 75% down to about 72, 73% based on some of the data that we received.
Okay, and then I want to ask about the innovation schools. You said that the innovation schools were working. But I know that I have 3 schools that are innovation schools in my district, and some of the teachers shared a concern that they had not received those monies yet. And we know that the principal had left for John Early, the principal left for Buena Vista. So I want to see how you could explain that the innovation...
I'm sorry, received what monies?
For being an innovation school, those I schools that you're talking about. You said you thought the innovation schools were working earlier? Mm-hmm. So I'm saying, how are you measuring that if this is something that you've implemented this year? You just implemented it. So how are you measuring that they're working?
We have preliminary test data that shows that improvement. So a number of those schools are magnet schools. We've increased enrollment in those schools. We've increased diversity in those schools. And so the trend lines are looking good. We have a very aggressive strategy for closing the gaps with those schools and other schools. The Innovation Zone schools are schools that are in the lowest 5% in terms of student achievement in the state. Mm-hmm. There are a set of 85 schools, and we have some schools that are in that area. So the goal is to increase student achievement very significantly and to get out of the bottom, to get on system average.
Okay, so I guess my question is, though, what I'm trying to understand is, if you're saying that you've already started the preliminary study, right? But just
we've
maybe
implemented.
Okay, but a month or 2 ago, you just declared them innovation schools when you sent out the different principles. So I'm not clear about
that plan's been in place this school year. Alan Coverstone heads up that group of schools for us in the district. We have a partner, a consulting firm that is one of the best in the world at turnaround strategies. They've been in place this school year. So we do have the first year under our belts now for working in those schools.
Okay, so you're saying you were counting it last year too, even though you have new principals at those schools now, because they've since changed out from this year to last year. That's my question. Even though you're saying you're making the gains that you want to, but you have switched the principals and some of the teachers.
Yes.
Okay, so then why were they switched if you were making the progress that you wanted to make?
The strategy there was to take them to a higher level, to make sure that we had administrators placed correctly and we had the very best teachers that we could get to work in those schools. So there have been some administrative changes in those schools, and we expect the progress to increase.
Okay, and then another question I had was, one of the principals at that school had shared in that year that you're talking about making better progress, but she shared during that year that she knew some of the teachers that were there didn't belong there, but she didn't have any control over it because of how the formula was set up. And she explained that, I guess, I don't know, how is it that you have to take so many, is it Teach for America first, and then so many of the replaced teachers? Explain that to me. How does that work?
Well, okay, what we're doing now is we have a plan to aggressively recruit the very best teachers we can recruit early, and it essentially serves as an applicant pool. And we have a contract with Teach for America to hire a certain number of teachers each year. We have a contract with the New Teacher Project. That's a state program to bring in new teachers. And what we're able to do now is measure effectiveness. We have teacher effect data that now lets us aggregate performance, student achievement, growth performance. And we know that those are two groups of teachers that perform much higher than the average. We also have data that allows us to look at how the different universities who supply teachers do. So it's a process of identifying an early hire pool and then letting principals select from that early hire pool. To put it in perspective, last year we had 50 Teach for America teachers. We hired about 500 teachers. So it's not taking up all the positions in a school, but it is identifying a number of teachers that we think will perform at very high levels.
Okay, and what about the displaced teachers? Do they still factor in to that? You said you do the Teach for America and then you do the New Teacher Project. So do they still have to take, because she shared that she had to take the displaced teachers even though she did not want to.
We're moving very quickly to get past that. Our goal for the coming year is for next year this time is to not displace teachers. We had a relatively small number this year. I think we have about 50 displaced teachers to place. That does not necessarily mean that they're bad teachers. It means that their program, that their enrollment changed in their school, that their program changed, that the staffing needs of the school changed for one reason or other. And then there are some that we move for performance issues also. Our goal is to not move teachers for performance issues.
So do the principals still have, I guess I'm trying to see the option, or do they still have to take the displaced teachers in the end? If they think it's not a good fit for their school?
They may have to take one or two displaced teachers. Our goal is to not do any displacements in the innovation zone.
Okay. And then my next question is, how will the rezoning lawsuit affect the budget? Has that been factored into this? If you have to go back to the busing and things of that nature, how does that affect it?
Would be a tremendous impact, but we have not costed that out. As you know, there is a line item, there is a page in the budget on the additional costs that we incur for lower class sizes and for additional transportation now, but we do not have an anticipated cost for implementation of a different pupil assignment plan. Okay. It would, practically speaking, there's no way you could do that inside of a year.
Okay, thank you.
Council Lady Blaylock, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair and Jesse. Has there been any advancement in the possibility of privatizing school buses?
We have not considered that at this point in time. We made cost savings a couple of years ago. It was controversial. We reduced the number of hours that drivers were paid for in some amount of time, and we generated some savings from that. But we have not estimated. We have not gone about estimating privatization of buses at this point in time. I think there perhaps could be some savings made there. But we feel very comfortable with the reductions that were made. So we haven't done that at this point in time.
Okay, and do you know if all the teachers in the state of Tennessee have a defined benefit plan?
Are you referring to the state pension plan?
Yeah.
Yes, all certificated employees are required to be members of the Tennessee Consolidated Retirement System, which is the state retirement plan, which is a defined benefit plan administered by the state.
Okay. And this is on the travel. So you say there's about $17,000 for travel for school board. So that's almost $2,000 a person. Do they usually use that every year?
I think last year when we looked at it, they did not use that total amount. This year, I think from the last time I looked at it, they had used even less than that amount. I know that there is some representation that goes to the National School Boards Association Conference and some Council of Great City Schools Conference, some different conferences, but that amount has not been totally spent over the last couple of years. You know,
let me make an observation. School board's an elected official who has a required professional development also. They have to have professional development. That budget's pretty conservative.
Yeah, we have that in our budget as well. You know, we can't receive money from other entities like the chamber or even individual for travel. Can the school board?
Yes, within guidelines.
Okay. And not counting the $10 million for the salary increase, how do you directly see the extra $35 million benefiting the students? I mean, have you done a correlation, you know, graduating?
I think, you know, I think it is a budget to improve instruction, and I'll say again, the basic foundation of a high-quality education is the quality of the teacher in the classroom. We want Nashville to be seen, and Metro Nashville Public Schools to be seen as the best place to work. We have seen already indication that we're getting great quality applicants to our schools, and I think that pays for years to come. There's something else that happens. We lose a lot of teachers in the first years of their careers. So it's not just the beginning teacher pay, but we think that $40,000 for the first 5 years will help us keep some people a little bit longer, and we have career development opportunities that we offer in the school system, leadership positions, teacher leader positions, a pipeline to principals positions and other instructional leadership positions in our school system. We want to build the highest quality staff that we can build. One of the great problems that urban school systems have is achievement gaps. And I think that achievement gaps are directly correlated to the quality of teachers you see across the country in high poverty, high minority, inner city schools. There is a difference in quality. I wouldn't point to a school and say that that's the case here, but what we need to do is raise the quality across the board. Back to what I said before, we're not doing enough yet. And what we need to do is to improve the quality of instruction and the support system in every one of our schools, and that causes improvement in student achievement. Bottom line is that's what we're after. We want our kids to be successful in school. We want all of them to be proficient or advanced. We want them to have choices in our schools. We want them to graduate and go to college or whatever else they choose to do and be successful at it. And that's got to be the bottom line. Everything that we do, everything that we plan is focused on that.
Thank you.
Council Lady Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and always thank you, Dr. Register and Chris. And I know Meredith Lippert is back there as well, who's always answering my questions when she does. So I do appreciate that. But I do have some questions from some concerned constituents as well. And I don't want to beat this about GCA, but I was just told to ask about, since we talked about raises, will there be pay raises for GCA employees? Is there a reason why they reduced the hours to 6 hours in the summertime? And is there a different contract for custodial service for charter schools and do GCA custodians clean those schools?
I'll try to take those one at a time.
Okay.
The first question, I haven't asked GCA what their plan is for across the board raises for their employees. Of course, they're their employees for next year, but we can ask and inquire.
Please.
I would anticipate that yes, they are going to be offering an across the board pay raise, but I don't know that for sure and don't know what it would be. What was the second one? I remember the third one, but not the second one.
Reduce hours. They work 6 hours in the summertime, like seasonal employees.
I think that's a part of their model as far as based upon needs at individual locations. Sometimes when students and staff aren't at the schools, they modify hours. Again, I can ask them to provide that information to us on their work schedules for their employees. The third question relating to charter schools. Charter schools provide their own custodial services unless they are located in an MNPS facility, and if they request, we will provide those services to them. But if they're in their own facilities, then they're getting the full per pupil amount, and they provide their own custodial services.
Now, what you recommend, would that be GCA?
Excuse me?
I mean, would you recommend GCA? You said that you would recommend custodial. Did I understand you right, that you would recommend some type of custodial services to them, and ask you, would that be GCA?
What we do is if they are going to be located in one of our buildings where we have a lease agreement with them, if they request those services, then we can provide those, and they would pay GCA themselves directly. If they're located in a non-MNPS facility, well, the most of them are located outside of an MNPS facility, then they choose whatever method for custodial services that they so choose. We don't necessarily have a say in that at all. They just provide that service on their own.
My other question is that sometimes I do, as I told you before, visit some of the schools either in a professional capacity as an advocate, or I'm there just because I've been welcomed to come and do some reading. And I do appreciate that. But there are some budgeted positions that I wanted to ask you about, and that is, and this is what a parent had asked me about. Now, school psychologists and social workers, are they under contracted time? Do they work like 9 to 5 or what?
These are MNPS employees. We may contract with a few if we're not able to actually hire. Sometimes it's difficult for us to be able to hire, for instance, the number of school psychologists that are needed. But they're on a set schedule. Basically, it's a teacher schedule, same as social workers. They're also, they have their own certification, but they basically work the same hours as teachers work.
You probably see a little bit of flex time for groups of people like parent involvement coordinators, where they do night work, where you might see some flex time, but most of the time those people work student hours.
Okay. And how does again, I saw these, when I'm at an IEP meeting, I see these positions in action. And I'm always curious about services that is provided for the family, or for the student, and the parents as well. And I look at that you have, of course, you have your normal school guidance counselors, but you have your college career counselors as a line item, and you have your family community engagement counselors as a line item, and then you have the Family Resource Center. I think that's a grant line item. Now, how does all of that connect?
Well, we hope it does.
I hope it does.
We have 15. There are 15 family resource centers in the district. We're not to scale. Family resource centers 10 of those 15 are located in schools. 5 are located in other locations like community centers. And the goal there is to provide coordinated services for families who need help, whether it's health care or counseling or financial help, different areas of service to provide assistance to families. We actually were successful. in getting the governor to increase the state budget to put money back into Family Resource Centers. So we get state funding for that. We also have partners in the community that help with that. United Way is a lead agency in helping provide money for Family Resource Centers. Our family involvement specialists are federally funded. They're Title I positions to work with disadvantaged youth. And we've gotten a lot of benefit out of our community involvement program. Tony Majors, our assistant superintendent's reworking, for student services, is reworking that program now. When you look at the diversity of our community, and when you look at the number of immigrants who come into our community and the number of non-English speaking parents who are here, we have to work really hard to make sure that all parents are engaged. So they're spread pretty thinly, and it's a pretty small line item for trying to engage the parents of our 80,000 children in schools, but we feel like we get good benefit from it. And we try to tie all of that together. We try to do that through Tony Majors, our Assistant Superintendent for Student Services, and through our Federal Programs Administration.
And how accessible is that to, again, to families and students? Because again, I'm sitting at the table and I'm wondering what services are being offered, and I'm asked about services. You know, I don't normally, when I go into the schools, I don't say, you know, I'm Counselor Moore. I go in as Sandra Moore, because I want to know what they're going to do at the table for this family. And if I see that a principal is at the table with me and he's not, you know, saying what services can be accessed, I have a problem with that. I'm just saying what I observed. And so when I look at an IEP case manager who's sitting at the table and hadn't offered these services to a parent, I'm wondering, okay, who's supposed to initiate the action, the parent or the team at the school that's supposed to be doing that? And I'm not saying, I'm looking at these line items of positions that I'm like, how is all of this working? You know, because I can go on the website and see what is a family community engagement counselor, and I can see what a college career counselor does, but I'm just saying, I'm at the table and I'm wondering, how are all these positions connected to the families or to the student?
Let me give you a two-part answer, if I may. One, remember, there are only 15 FRCs, Family Resource Centers. We have 144 schools. So some schools have them and some don't. We're really looking at concentrating more of that resource in the I-zone. And partnering with those are our schools where a lot of our children are in great need, and we're really thinking about that. But in terms of family engagement specialists and the other support system, the social workers, not the psychologists so much as the social workers and the family engagement specialists and the attendance counselors, that's organized through clusters. Clusters of principals work, our feeder patterns work, and there is actually, we've decentralized that program so that there is an office in each cluster where those people coordinate the work and where they can be accessed by the principal or another contact at school.
Okay. And a couple more questions. How does, I've asked this before, I really didn't get an answer. I didn't get an understanding. How will intercession impact this budget?
The intercession is, we're planning to use federal funds for that, and our federal budget was cut, and that's a concern. But we're planning now. We're also planning with a lot of partners. There are many people, many organizations in the community that have stepped up, that they said that they want to participate in this. We may flex our staff, but there is not a specific line item in this operating budget that funds intercession. We hope to use primarily federal money for that.
Okay, and I think you had mentioned something about transportation can't be offered. Is that correct?
Probably not. We might do some, and Tony Majors is in charge of that planning process. It's very early in the planning process for that. But he's looking, and Fred Carr is looking at perhaps some streamlined busing, serving maybe a particular area of high need and high concentration of people. But at this point in time, we don't have transportation planned.
Okay. I had another question. I got a couple of calls, and they were like robocalls. Is that what you all do? I mean, you know how the little system you have? And,
yes.
And so I couldn't understand how I was on the list to get those calls. And
you're
I was
an important person, and we
well, I was just wondering, and then
I don't know.
well, and then
Are
there
you
was
a grandparent or a parent
I
in the
guess
school
so.
system? Okay.
And I was just wondering, and because a teacher had called me as well, and I guess she thought I was that child's student. So I was just wondering, how did I get on that list?
So, Olivia
and I'm glad
Brown,
to be important, though.
Olivia Brown is right back there.
Okay.
And if you'll talk to her about that, if you need to be removed,
I sure
we'll be glad
will.
to. Okay.
One more question. How do you, I looked at some of your line items about supplies, materials, and other expenses, and I saw some explanations of some of them, but I didn't see explanation. Like, let's just say on page 15 of document 8, like you had supplies was 71.9. I mean, what does that incur?
Which account number are you looking at?
I was on page 15, document 8.
Right. Which account number on page 15?
Okay, let me put on my specs. Oh, that's 19. Hold on. I got on somebody else's glass. You got to excuse me. Okay, 14, 15. It was 71.9, and I was trying to just say, I'm gonna have to. I don't want to hold anybody else up.
If you want to send that to me, I'd be happy to provide.
Okay, I will send those to you of things I just have concern. When I see supplies and other expenses, and I don't see in the line item, what they are, so I'll send that to you as well. My question. So I think that's about it. All on my list. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Harmon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure to whom to address this question, but I notice on page 2, document 2, it's account number 2203. There are 2 positions in learning technology, and then it says executive director from federal funds, distance learning from federal funds. You have just received a grant for those, or these people are coming off the federal funds and on to Metro funds?
The latter.
All right.
This is where we've had a reduction in our federal Title II funding, and it's a way to continue with the positions. We still have some positions, of course, funded with Title II, but this transitions 2 of those positions from federal funds over to the operating budget in our learning technology or instructional technology area.
And to explain to me a little bit about that area. What would these 2 positions do?
I'll do my best. This is the area that concentrates on what the district can do to provide educational services to students through the use of technology, hence the title instructional technology or learning technology. And so they work very closely with our virtual learning program, obviously, as it says by the title, our distance learning program as well. But it's a way to tie together and mesh technology and curriculum and instruction so that more teachers, therefore more students, can receive educational services through the better use of technology.
Good example. I can give you a specific example. Is we may have a high school that has 5 students that wants to take an advanced calculus course, and we don't have the resources to provide a teacher to teach 5 students, but we do have virtual programs or distance learning that allows us to put a teacher there and work, to put a teacher online and work with those students. We do have that service now, and that's a part of this position.
Okay. If the Title II funds from the federal government were expiring, and these are Metro funds, I mean, both positions are about $250,000 together.
Which includes all the benefits, yes. And,
right.
And let me just a clarification: the funds aren't expiring. We're getting a reduction in federal funding in that area.
Okay.
That Title II money is also professional development funds. The federal government allows it. Title II is for professional development and also instructional development, and so these people also provide online professional development for teachers. We're really expanding that. It's very expensive to give teachers a substitute, to pull them out of a school, to bring them to our Martin Center or somewhere like that to provide professional development. So we're really going very much online with that program also and making extensive use of that.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, how many of the I guess the parapros or the exceptional assistants could we have kept for roughly $250,000?
I do not have I cannot give you an estimate on that. The parapros are relatively low-funded positions, so 4 or 5 maybe.
Okay, I was just curious because you talked earlier about planning for the end of federal monies and trying to work those into the local budget. And so just wanted to ask that question. Second question, same page, page 2, in the account number 2350. Could you explain to me the difference between the director of the Music Makes Us program and the coordinator of the Music Makes Us program?
There are 2 positions that the Music Makes Us program is the mayor's initiative, as you know, that we've partnered with, that's bringing in a lot of outside resources into the music program in the district. It's a very large program. And I can't speak to the specific job description of these 2 positions. One is, but they're both instructional leadership positions in developing and implementing that music program in the district.
Okay. When do you expect that you would have those job descriptions?
We can provide them to you. We just don't have them tonight. And I'm sorry, I don't remember that.
That's all right.
Jay Steele, our Associate Superintendent for High Schools, is coordinating that work and can provide those to you in a very short period of time.
Okay. Just a few more questions. Let's see. Let's see, on page 9, that's document 8, in human resources, this is account number 1200. Under other expenses, you're increasing, it appears, the recruiting. You've requested an improvement of $65,100 in recruiting budget. Could you give me kind of an example of what that's going to?
I probably would need to provide that to you later. I don't know that I have all of the details. I know that when the request was made, there was discussion about intensely increasing our teacher recruiting efforts, as Dr. Register indicated, to be able to hire the best teachers earlier. And as part of the reorganization of the Human Resources Department, a recruiter was added where that individual, as well as others, spend the vast majority of their time, particularly this time of year, recruiting. This would include anything relating to travel or putting together exhibits for recruiting fairs, but I'm not going to be able to give you very good examples at this point, but I can provide details for you later.
I'm sorry, which line was that? Recruiting 73-1. There's a corresponding reduction. If you'll look at line 1200, a reduction of 176,000 and and a proposed position change of 2. That is a restructuring of the way human resources is organized, and part of that reduction is due to a reduction in one recruiting position and a restructuring, corresponding restructuring below that in line 1205.
Okay, thank you.
So if you'll look at the bottom of that page, you'll see that the overall increase in that entire department is from 705,000 to 737,000, and that's that's pretty much a no increase budget if you factor in the inflation for health benefits and costs and salary, salary adjustments and things like that. You're pretty much looking at a neutral expansion there.
Okay. And just
sorry. A little bit more than that. The function total is a little bit higher. It's about a $500,000 increase in the entire category, and we've got a couple of other positions that are added back in there. Sorry, I was on the wrong line.
Right. Just one last question. This is on page 17, so that is document 8. We're looking at account 2310, 8, which is travel mileage for the principals category. In 1112, that figure was $5,900, and you're proposing a $50,000 increase to that? Are the principals traveling more?
No, for the first time, they're going to get a mileage reimbursement for business mileage in use of their own cars. We've never paid principals for required travel for back and forth to deliver things. That request has been an ongoing request, and for ever since I've been here, and I think a long time before that, and we included it in the increase this year.
Okay.
They're paying their own expenses.
All right. Thank you very much.
Councilman Claiborne, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you. We've only got an hour and 25 minutes, so we'll be here longer than we were last night. First of all, thank all of you for being...
Let's not try and break that record, please.
I'm just saying. Thank all of you for being here. And on the front end, a couple of attaboys. Chris, as always, I'm amazed at the detail that you give us in this report, and how easy it is to negotiate around. Dr. Register and to the board, I want to thank you for the support that you have given over the past 3 years to McGavock High School to make it the poster school for how a school can turn around and the way that it can get engaged with the community to do more than any other school in Metro Nashville is doing in that regard. And thanks to our 2 school board reps, the present one and the past one, for being very integral part of that process. I wanted to ask a carryover question from the community ed folks first. The question came up about the possibility of expanding some of their offerings to other sites, similar to the way that the community ed program used to work. and the issue was that, the funding to do that. They indicated that the present location that they're in, they don't have to pay any rent, which is a good thing. My question was to them, I see in your budget here that there's about almost, I think, $300,000 from the state for career ladder teachers. The program, those folks who are still the residue of that program from years ago that I was a part of when I was teaching, in order to get that additional money, they have to do something extra beyond the normal school day. Is there a possibility for those teachers, if they were to choose to do so, to be a part of that community ed process, therefore not costing the community ed program anything, since that money is being paid to those teachers by the state?
I'll try to answer that for you, Councilman. Thank you. Over on page 23 is where the Career Ladder and Career Ladder extended contract accounts are. Career Ladder total is $2.2 million. That's state flow-through money in account 2999. This is strictly merit pay, paid out to teachers, state flow-through money that comes to us as a revenue, paid out to teachers that have achieved that Career Ladder 1, 2, or 3 designation or certification. And so that's just the merit pay that's paid out to them for achieving that certification.
But if that's structured the way it used to be, you can get the minimum amount of that and not do anything just because you went through the evaluation process. If you wanted to go to the next level, you had to do a certain number of hours of work beyond your normal expected teaching capacity. And then if you really wanted to do it big time at Career Ladder 3, you did a lot more to get a couple of additional $1,000 a year. So is that still the structure?
Sort of. As you know, the program closed to new entrants in 1998.
Right.
And so these are still the employees that maintain that designation. Account 2999 is just that career ladder payment for achieving that designation. The account above it, 2998 extended contract, that is the account that the state reduced this past legislative session by about 1/3. That is the money that's paid out. Again, it's state flow-through funding, but that is the money paid out for the additional duties and responsibilities that those career ladder teachers can undertake, starting with Career Ladder 3 teachers and then going down to Career Ladder 2 and then Career Ladder 1. They're very specific and very narrow now in what can be used for Career Ladder extended contracts. It must be a plan that's approved by the State Department of Education, and it must be a plan where these teachers are working directly with students, not adults. And so it has to be a plan where these are teachers providing instructional services to students outside their regular workday, such as after-school tutoring or during the summer. And so if we're talking about the community education program, these funds wouldn't be allowed to be used to work with other adults.
Okay.
Because it's limited to providing instruction to students.
Okay, that's the answer I'm trying to get to. Follow up on Council Lady Moore's question about the family resource centers. And I don't want to misunderstand something that you said, Dr. Register. If a family in a school that is remote from where one of these resource centers is located, can they still get those that help at a resource center?
Yes, they could. It's a matter of access and taking just a scarce few programs and trying to locate them strategically where they can. Where most parents can reach them who might not have transportation or something of that nature. But the answer is yes.
So tagging back to her question, who would initiate that? If you went into a school and there was a need, is the responsibility of the parent that's there to ask for help or to ask what's available, or is it the responsibility of the school personnel that's there?
A principal, a counselor, a social worker, anyone who has contact with a parent who would recognized the need, could make the referral. So it could be any number of ways that parents could access that. And parents should be, and I don't know the approach specifically, but parents should be able to access those services themselves.
Okay. You've been asked to give us 3 or 4 other items during the evening. Could you give us a list of the locations of each of those, what did you say, 12?
15.
15 resource centers, where they are located in specific buildings. Okay, let's talk about the budget document. On page 8 of 25, know about the IT budget for just a minute. I noticed that you have 109 tech personnel in that department. Where did the bulk of those folks work?
And I'll just clarify, page 8 of 25, which is page 15,
right.
And it's account 2178. The vast majority of these employees work out in the schools. They have a home base at our Waverly Belmont facility, but the vast majority of them are support technicians that go out and work in the schools to work on machines in the classrooms or in the school offices or network issues out in the schools. So the majority of them, they're not necessarily housed in schools, but they work out in schools from a home base at Waverly Belmont facility.
Okay, so including the $2.3 million that's on page 14 that you're paying for IT internal service fees, your IT department is costing the system almost $15 million a year. Metro's IT department has 112 employees, and their budget is $14 million a year. Can you help me understand why your group with 3 less employees cost $1 million more?
We could do the analysis on that. I don't have that off the top of my head to know what's included in the Metro IT budget, how many computers, machines, how many buildings, et cetera. But we can inquire to see what's all included there and compare it to what we have.
Okay, I just find it interesting here that we have one department, well, actually, according to Dr. Register, it's not a department, it's just kind of a separate entity, co-equal, I guess. But we have an entity here that whose budget for IT is more than the rest of the entire government. That doesn't make sense to me.
It's a matter of the number of pieces of equipment that we have, and the fact that we exist in 144 schools, that we have 80,000 kids that are using technology, that we have 10,000 employees. So we're talking about a population of 90,000 people that are using technology in our school system. And you know, we've got in some classes, in some places, we have one-to-one where a student has every student in a class might have a computer to use or computer labs, and we do pretty well with it, with the exception of the capital outlay. And you know, if you look at this budget. And how we provide service and support for 90,000 people using technology, for 144 buildings, for a business operation that's pretty large, hopefully over $700 million, then you've got a staff here to deal with that, and then the capital outlay budget is providing the equipment. And those two pieces have to go together. I had a conversation with John Williams, who's our director of IT, yesterday or day before, about how many people we're losing to private business because our salaries aren't competitive, how much in demand IT people are. And I think this is one area, when you consider the size of the scope of the work that we do, we couldn't contract for this service and come out ahead. We would lose service significantly if we didn't have a staff to deal with that. So I'd be glad to share a lot more detail with you about the operation of that program. We could set up a meeting or something and let you see, or as many of you as like to, see how that operation works. But I think we're doing pretty well with the funds we have. Our biggest issue is that capital outlay right now.
So you're, and you said earlier that you're not making a move to establish a separate system.
You're probably referring to email. We have a need to provide email for all of our students and access for parents so that we can communicate. One of the problems with the achievement gap is that poor kids don't have access to internet. Let me just call it like it is. And that has an impact on accessibility and what kids can learn. And so our goal is to provide access. We really want to try to build that. We have worked with, so we've got, because of security issues with Metro IT, we've either got to operate two separate systems to provide email to all of our 90,000 people and our kids and their parents, or we can consolidate and do one. We have an opportunity to do email and actually save money on the system that we already operate, and the choice is not just moving away from Metro email service. It's allowing us to provide the service to our parents and children and teachers that we need with one system, not two. If we stay with Metro government, we got to have two systems, and it's more expensive.
So is that part of the problem with you're talking about with the capital monies?
No.
No. Okay.
Email is not involved in the capital budget. The email system is efficient, and I think the cost of operating that's we pay an internal service fee to Metro government for email system that costs us so much per person, and when we make the change, we will our email system will not cost us those funds.
So you'll be recouping 2.3 million then.
I think our internal service fee stays the same in this budget.
Oh, but next year, if you did that,
we would hope so.
Not all of it. Okay. So these.
It's not 2.3 million. I think we're more in the neighborhood of $500,000.
So these tech personnel, they're out there in the schools. They're working with the computers and the systems and so on. So if one breaks down, while they're fixing it, getting it back online, that kind of thing.
That's correct.
Okay, so there is, under other expenses, there's $1,113,600 for computer repairs. Where are those repaired? Is that parts, labor? What is that? What is $1 million worth of repairs?
It's mainly parts for computers, hard drives, battery replacements, mainly just repairs of all of the machines that are out in the schools, out in the district. I've got a listing somewhere here of what makes up all of that, but that's the main piece of it. It's just repair parts for machines that are located out in schools.
Okay. So how many computers does the system have? Do you have any idea?
I can ask the question of someone in the back.
Okay.
If you want to step up to the podium.
Just the mic, Fred.
I used to be a principal. I don't need a mic. Based upon the most current numbers that we have, Metro ITS supports 59 departments. MNPS supports 143. Metro ITS has 6,419 desktops and laptops. Metro Schools has 50,485. Last year, Metro ITS replaced 1,736 obsolete computers. Metro Schools replaced over 6,000 obsolete computers. Metro ITS operates 12,704 network connections. Metro Schools operates in excess of 95,000 connections.
Thanks, Fred.
Good. The computer guy came prepared.
We'll be glad to share a copy of that with you.
Good, thank you. Under staff development, salaries and certified clerical stipends. Just for the benefit of folks who still might be watching, there's no number given for any personnel position here. So who gets those salaries?
These are, as I say, these are stipends for employees to attend staff development outside of their regular workday. There is a specified amount provided to both certificated employees, which mainly are teachers that are receiving professional development outside of their work year in the summer or on Saturdays, as well as a much smaller amount for clerical stipends for receiving professional development. So these are not for positions, these are for an established stipend amount to receive professional development training.
Okay, so somebody has to apply for these, they put in an application or what?
It's a part of each school, and each teacher really develops a professional development plan. And but there'll be several thousand teachers who work days this summer in professional development. It's really paying them for their time. And it's not the regular rate of pay, it's a reduced amount of funds, but we engage thousands of teachers in professional development in their off time.
Right. I know things change. When I was teaching, I paid for my own professional development. Page 9 of 25, the AVID program. $240,300 for other expenses, travel, and contracted services. Give us some examples of what other expenses and contracted services are.
I can't answer that. We'll be glad to get an answer for you.
How many students will benefit from that $240,000?
The AVID program is incorporated in our high schools. So it's, several thousand students benefit from this. I just don't have a report on that, but I'd be glad to generate one for you.
Okay, so how would a student qualify to get some of that money?
It's program service money. It's paying, I really can't say that students would get that money. I think it's providing programs for students. And I would have to get a report for you on that, and we can do that pretty easily.
So the expenses, other expenses, travel and contracted services are not for students then, it's for personnel?
It's probably mileage for teachers would be my guess, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay, it'd be interesting to get a description of what that means.
Sure.
Supplemental teacher pay, $124,000 for negotiated pay for teachers covering classes with no sub. Is this pay in addition to what a teacher normally makes for the school day?
Yes, this was something that was negotiated with MNEA a number of years ago. When a substitute teacher is not available, then when teachers have to cover classes for the class where there's no substitute teacher available, then they would receive additional pay, supplementary pay to cover that. And that was something
how much do they get for what is it, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, is that a class?
It's a calculation based upon the average substitute pay, daily pay, divided by the amount of time that the teacher would spend covering the class.
So the teacher is getting paid to be at school from 7 to 2 or 8 to 3 or whatever the school day is, but if they have to cover another teacher's pay, then at the end of the month they have, and they've covered 2 classes during the month, then they get basically a reduced substitute pay for a couple of hours, a couple of classroom hours?
It's based upon the average substitute pay, and then divided by whatever time that's spent. It's really reimbursement for the lack of planning time that teacher would have. They would lose their planning time by covering the additional class.
I understand that concept. Did that a lot during the decades ago. 10 of 25, the ROTC program, $583,000 for 8 positions. That's an average of $73,886 per position. Are those service personnel or school personnel?
These are ROTC instructors at the high schools that have the ROTC program.
So they're actually either Navy or Army personnel?
I think the two we have are Army and Air Force.
Okay, so are they like staff sergeants or sergeant first class, or what, do you know what rank they normally are?
I'm not sure of their rank.
There's usually, most ROTC programs will have more than one, typically 2 staff people, and you usually have 1 officer and 1 enlisted man if you're working with 2.
Okay, so are we? I mean, an E5. I pulled off the military pay scale for 2012, and an E6. That's a staff sergeant. 1 striper makes $43,068. That's the base pay. An E7 makes $51,000, and a captain is $73,000. So I mean, they're getting paid by Uncle Sam, if they're in the military, right?
If you'll look in the remarks column, this is supplemented with federal funds. And if you look at the total salaries at 7.9 positions, it's about $60,000 per position, and that's the established rate for the ROTC instructors.
So they're getting $60,000 from us in addition to their military pay?
No, this is the portion of the total of 12 teaching positions. You'll see over in the remarks column a total of 12 teaching positions. The portion that's not covered with federal funds in the local budget is 7.9 positions at $483,000, which is about $60,000 each.
Right, but you're still not, if these guys are full-time military and they're working to administer an ROTC program, they're getting pay and benefits from their service branch.
No. We are responsible for their salaries if they teach for us. Some of these people, some of the ROTC people are retired military, and if they're retired, they might be drawing their retirement plus our pay, but they do not receive double pay unless they're retired.
Okay. Okay, so there are no current active ROTC instructors that are being paid by Metro.
I'll check on that. I don't think. I think our responsibility is to pay their salary if they teach for us. That's a standard ROTC approach across the country.
Right. Okay. Would you check for us to make sure that there are no active duty personnel teaching in the ROTC program? 12 of 20.
Let me clarify now. There may be someone on active duty, but if they're on active duty teaching in our school, then we're responsible for their pay.
And they're not getting.
I will check on that. That's correct.
They're not getting federal pay.
Verify that.
They're not getting federal pay. Okay. 12 of 25, classroom preparation pay, salaries and benefit, $665,000 and change. What does that pay for?
This has long time been in the MEA agreement to pay $100 per teacher if that teacher comes in to work in their classroom prior to the beginning of school, and so something that we've been budgeting for a number of years.
Okay, so do they get then a day's pay and benefits for if they do that?
No, they get $100 per teacher if they come in prior to the first day that teachers are supposed to report to work in their schools.
Okay, so do you always deplete that amount?
I'm sorry?
Was that amount depleted this past year?
Yes. In fact, I think we went over a little bit this past year, and so we're looking at an amendment last year to take into consideration the fact that a few more teachers came in and worked in their classrooms prior to the beginning of the school year based upon our initial estimates.
Is there a limitation on how many days somebody can come and prep their classroom?
It's just one day. It's $100 per teacher, and so if they come in a day before the work year for the teachers begins, they get $100. It's just $100 per year per teacher maximum.
Okay, so 6,500 plus teachers do that then. Okay. 13 of 25
it's
smaller.
500, it would be, if you look at strictly the salary line, it would be for all certificated teacher employees, which would include librarians, counselors, others that may not necessarily be classroom teachers, so 5,700.
Okay.
Councilman, real quick, I do appreciate your desire to get answers. I have a couple more people in my queue, and I just wanted to be respectful of everyone's time.
Chairman, I'm respectful of your request, but I've sat here for 4 hours to ask my questions.
I understand.
Okay.
I think that I'm trying to manage everyone's time equally, and so if we can come back to you towards the end, I just also wanted to address member questions and give them the opportunity to ask. I think you've maybe been on for 15 minutes or so, just to ask questions.
Okay, I'll finish this page and then I'll.
Okay, very good.
I'll
Thank
come
you.
back. 13 of 25 smaller learning communities, 94,300 supplemental earnings of 94,003 stipends for teachers for career academies. What is that? How do you qualify for that?
This would be for all of the high school career academy coaches. They receive a stipend for possessing that position, the high school career academy coach. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I don't know the number. This previously was paid through the federal SLC, or Smaller Learning Communities grant. That was a 6-year grant. That's why it's zero in the current year, and it was added to continue that program and continue to provide that stipend to those academy coaches at the high schools.
Okay, and one more. Campus supervisors. You're adding 4 positions for a total of 99 campus supervisors at a cost of $3,494,000. How is a campus supervisor different than a principal or an assistant principal?
So they're safety positions. They supplement. They supervise halls. They supervise parking lots. They patrol. Obviously they're not police officers. We can't afford police officers to do that. But they're basically paraprofessionals who patrol interior and exteriors of buildings.
And
middle schools and high schools primarily.
What's the average pay of one of those, salary and benefits?
Average salary is approximately $23,000.
That's school safety issue.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman.
I'll be happy to come back to you. Councilman Dominy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Dr. Register and school board members and Chris. We've been through this a time or two. Glad to see Chris up there. He's always full of information. Had a couple of questions. First off, you'd mentioned the Academy at Hickory Hollow. Do you know the square footage that they're currently using? About 7,500, I believe. And we're hoping to move to about 10,000. I've identified a place, and this question will go to Mr. Riebling. Is there a chance, since we have close to 60,000 square feet underneath the new park and library in the J.C. Penney's wing just down the hall from where this is located, is there a chance the city could provide that currently unused space for the school system?
Yes, there's an opportunity there, but obviously it's been taken away by Council Lady Val.
we'll have the knockdown drag out with that later. But
I'm not getting between the two of you. I'm just telling you that right now. We have available space that I do not know of a use for yet, but I have just been, apparently I've been told there is one.
Well,
the downstairs of that building is, originally it's just for storage right now, so there is some available space in the Penny's building, subject to Council Lady Dowell's input.
We actually, if we come to agreement with Nashville State, we might need temporary facilities, so that might be a possibility for temporary. We're also looking at housing the program at a school site, but Council Dominic, you know that our buildings in that area are generally very crowded.
Yeah, we have to go some distance to find a location with capacity. But anyway, just trying to find a solution for that. That was the fun one. The other question I have is, what is the number? And this is a follow-up from the initial presentation of a few hours ago. You said there's been an increase in interest because of the proposed $40,000 a year starting salary. I was curious, what is the normal level of applicants for teachers' positions with Metro? And if you could go back over a 5-year period just to determine what those are. Just curious and see what the difference might be.
Yeah, I can't, obviously I don't have that answer tonight, but I'll be glad to try to provide that. But not only is it a matter of the number of applicants, it's a matter of the quality of the applicants who apply for the jobs and who we're able to actually get. The concrete example is of success is that we've got applicants for the math jobs that we have. That's not always been the case. But what's really important is we get the highest quality. We're competing with Houston, we're competing with Atlanta, we're competing with Charlotte, we're competing with Memphis for the best teachers, for diverse teachers, for diversity, African American male teachers. So it's across the board, and that's where we need a competitive advantage. We also compete with our neighbors. We also compete with Wilson County and Williamson County and Rutherford County, and in some of those places it's an easier job.
I'm intimately familiar with that process. My wife is a school teacher, and she came on without the $40,000 a year increase almost 25 years ago. So we can get quality teachers in a number of ways. In fact, one of the recent studies I've heard of was most young college graduates look for a place they want to live before they look for their career. And so Nashville being the great place to live, we can be pretty competitive too. But I want to get that data anyway, if you can provide that to me, and I understand you didn't have that with you. The other question, let's see, where's my list? There we go. What percentage of transfers are those applicants for teachers' positions coming from other locations? If you can include that in that data, I'd appreciate it. And the other thing on the same issue is, where do we stand statewide as far as the proposal is that we move from number 30 statewide in salary for starting teachers to number 3. Where would we stand if we provided the 4% raise that's proposed for employees across the city? Where would that put us in that scale? You may have that data, you may not.
No, we don't have a ranking of that, but we can determine that. There are some statistics that we have that I think are pretty interesting, and it's really covered in page 1 of the document. The total cost is not for implementing the salaries is not nearly as high as you would think if you consider it in isolation. If you consider the present salary schedule and give everyone the step raises that we've always done, and you give the 2% pay raise that across the board that the governor's presented, the cost of that is about $12 million. The difference is about a $6 million cost to make this change in salary structure.
That's about what I calculated, about $6 million on the cost of implementing that. But I also calculated some other data, and I'll get to that in just a sec. I'm curious, and a number of residents have commented via email on the number of employees making over $100,000. Can you provide us with the data as number of employees with metro schools that makes over $100,000 a year, and whether those are folks on Bransford Avenue working in administrative positions, or if those are administrators as principals within the schools?
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to ask was, what is the average annual increase in metro schools budget over, let's say, the last decade, just to see where, I know there's mandatory increases we have to cover. We have contractual agreements that we have to cover, but I want to calculate what that average is, whether it's 4%, 6%, 2%, what have you. And over the last 4 years, we've had some reduction in those increases, even though we've fully funded schools during that time period. If you could get that for me, I would appreciate it. And then I wanted to go back, my last thing, I want to go back when Council Lady Evans was commenting and asking questions about the projected improvements in performance with the increases in revenue that the school system would be receiving. You declined to quantify that. This is for Dr. Register. I have a bit of a challenge with that. Let me tell you why. I spent a number of years working with people working on sales training and goal setting. And if you don't quantify something, it's very difficult to determine whether or not you've hit it.
So let me react to that. The state will set those benchmarks for us, and I am not going to pull an answer out of the air before I look at the data this year and before I see what benchmarks are set for our success in the eyes of the state and the federal government. And we're talking about a number of factors. We're talking about test scores in grades 3 through 8. We're talking about high school end of course tests. And if I would love to say we're going to do 100% next year. That's my goal. If you want to know what my goal is for every student to be proficient or advanced. But we can't do that. And if you want me to give you a realistic projection and set some real benchmarks, then you can't ask that question out of left field and expect me to give you an answer off the top of my head.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Is there a time frame that you would need in order to provide that, what the minimum level of success in your mind would be?
Yeah, but it won't come before the end of the summer because I don't know when we're going to get all of our data back. I got to get last year's data back, and then if that is a question that you want to ask, we'll look at that. We'll look at what benchmarks the state sets for us for success. That's a process, and then we can set some realistic goals. I would like to see significant increase in the number of students who meet proficiency or who are advanced. I'd like to see that moving from proficient to advanced, from basic to proficient, from below basic to basic, and hopefully to proficient. But please don't ask me to give you a simplistic answer to what's a very complicated issue when I don't have the data to give you that answer now.
I just want to determine what the definition of success is. Because that's the only way we have the ability to reach accountability for what the taxpayers are paying.
So
I'm not asking you to provide that right now. I'm just making the statement, because in order to have accountability, you have to have what your goal target is. If you aim at nothing, you're really likely to hit it. And so that's the reason I wanted to try to push a little bit on that, because the fact is, if we don't have a standard upon which we can measure, we have no way of being accountable and holding anyone else accountable.
And I absolutely agree. We've had AYP standards, and they were antiquated. When the state changed its standards for achievement, when it's changed its academic standards, AYP, the old No Child Left Behind standards, became useless. Let me answer you a different way. We want to see significant gains in successful achievement for our students across the board. We want to close the achievement gap. We want those kids who are behind or in those groups of children who perform unsatisfactorily to catch up, to move up. We are not satisfied in seeing incremental gain, but we are satisfied in seeing steady progress every year. We want the scores to continue to go up. You don't go from 25% proficient to 75% in 1 year. It just doesn't happen, because we're talking about kids improving their growth. And growth happens over time. It doesn't happen overnight. So what's important for us to see in terms of test scores and success is steady progress. That's not just a little bit, but it's good, steady progress. And we want to see a closing of the achievement gap, and we want that to be sustained. What we have never done is close the achievement gap. Never. That is a real challenge for us. You have to look at that a different way in a place like Davidson County. In some places, achievement gap means a little group of kids. It might mean a small number of kids who are economically disadvantaged, or children who don't speak English, or small groups of children. What you have to understand in Davidson County is the great majority of our children fall into one of those gaps. And so it's not closing a gap for 100 kids or 1,000 kids or 5,000 kids. It's closing the gaps for 50,000 kids, and that just doesn't happen overnight.
I'm aware of that.
So I hear what you're saying, and I'll be glad to try to make some with our testing people a very informed. Set some goals in a very informed way about what our growth standards need to be. But Council Dominic, the state standards are rigorous. They're very high, and the state will set benchmarks for us, and that's got to be the starting point. And we won't know that for a while.
Well, I hope you have a number in mind, and hopefully sometime between now and the time we pass this budget, we can get some sort of response to that, so that we have a way of showing residents that are being asked to fund an additional amount of revenue, $48 million for the school system, that yes, they reached the level of success that the school system, which you've pointed out is part of government, but it's not under our authority other than the amount of money you get. But we have to show accountability to the constituents that we represent. And if there's no measurement or yardstick upon which we can measure, that makes our job very difficult.
Let's start with the benchmarks that the state sets for student achievement and for closing the achievement gap for next year. And let's start there and then talk about what else we need to do.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Bednay, you're recognized. 4 hours later?
4 hours and 80 minutes later. I have to say, I mean, I appreciate you guys. You've been very professional. We appreciate your answering all these questions. We are just channeling what people have been asking us. And I'm going to read some questions. You don't have to answer now, but if you want to write it down. People want to know, what is the student-teacher ratio at the Big Picture High School? Do they need an assistant principal? Is it true that any employee promoted receives an automatic pay increase of 10%? And if so, why? Do principals retain the same salaries if they are demoted or go to be an assistant principal? If a teacher lives in another county, do we allow their children to attend MNPS schools? So you can email me the answers, and I'll be happy to.
Yeah, we can answer some of those now. I think most of them. I believe it's a state law that teachers may take their children to a school where they work.
Okay.
And the principal salaries are set for elementary principals, middle school principals, and high school principals based on, it's not dependent on school's size. They all make the same thing based on their year's experience and their degrees. Mm-hmm. There's a stratification from elementary to middle to high. High school principals make the most. The 10%, Chris, will you speak to that one? I don't know the answer to that one.
The 10% increase for being promoted was included in the support handbook. We continue to utilize that policy and that process. So that's, yes, that is being implemented. When an employee is promoted, there is a 10% increase in pay.
I want to follow up with other questions, and then I would like to talk about architecture. You know, being that that's my my thing. So let's talk about architecture. When we design a school for 600 students, we design it for 600 students, right? But then we know that sooner or later there'll be portables there. Why is that we don't design those schools to be flexible from the get-go? So even though we are building for 600 students, we could eventually make them be a 900 student school. Furthermore, why don't we use the technology to build those schools that make them flexible and that can be adjusted to be used as more than a school? A school sits empty half the day, and we have a need for community spaces for many parts of the city so kids can do activities after school. So, but that's very hard to do with a building made out of CMU block that doesn't allow for flexibility to adjust to the changing environment in the city. So I will, and those are most questions for you. There are different types of drywall. There is some type of drywall that is high impact. So if you are concerned about vandalism, there are ways to do that with a demand over partition. But the main question is this: why do we put a school on a narrow road without making sure that doesn't affect the city at large? I mean, when we are building a school, is there a way that we can have the metro schools work with public works, work with codes, work with, have a holistic approach of how we actually put a school in the middle of the city? I have big problems of traffic on Lawrence Road. I love Oliver School. As a matter of fact, I would like to put a word for Metro School to consider making it into a design school, great school. But you know, every time when it opens or it closes, you have traffic backing up and people are driving through the neighborhoods, creating hazards in the community. So I know this is not supposed to be personal, Chair, but I just wanted to bring that to our attention. How can we make these new schools that we're getting ready to build to actually make more sense beyond the boundaries of the lot where that school is being built? She's whispering into me. What? Yeah, Kent Ridge Elementary, she says, has the same issue. So we have a school on Blue Hole Road that traffic backs up and can move around when the school opens or closes. Lawrenceville Road so far. I mean, it's just more. It's more than one school. You put queuing for cars driving inside the school, but the queuing usually extends into the street. So it's a matter of a paradigm. You know, how do we envision these new schools to be? How are we going to build the school for the next century so they are adaptable and flexible? Going back to technology. I want to know, and this is a question for Ribling as well, why do we need to use proprietary Microsoft applications? Why can't we use open source where we don't have to actually pay a license, multiply by 50,000 like we were saying before? And perhaps that's a question for some of your IT people, but I think we could probably save $1 million here and there just by moving from a proprietary software to an open source software.
Our Executive Director of Information Technologies back there, would you like for him to give you an answer? John, don't say anything yet. He hasn't said yes. Would you like a quick response on that?
Yeah, please. That would be great.
Thanks.
I appreciate
John
that.
Williams.
Okay, quick response is that for those who don't know, Linux is considered freeware. And in my 25 years in IT, free is never free. For an enterprise our size and the complexity of it, the number of applications we support enterprise-wide in the district, we have over 30 enterprise applications. Then we have about 1,500 different software applications that schools use. So the complexity of making all those work in conjunction with our student management system, our data warehouse, all the other systems we have, we can't rely on freeware. We have to have software that if it doesn't work, we have to have a throat to choke on it to make it work.
But that's just one type of freeware. There are many applications out there that you could use that are open source. I mean, there are nonprofits that use Gmail, for example, to communicate, and that's a free software. So I guess I'm encouraging you guys to look beyond paying for the Microsoft or the proprietary application, try to look for ways to cut money by using more open source.
And that is one of the strategies we're using for commodity stuff like email. That's what we're moving to, a free source. It is still Microsoft, but there's no cost associated with the email portion of it. So we do look for those opportunities, but for the enterprise level stuff where we have to be able to report on, where we have to gather information from a number of sources and make it be able to talk to each other and understand, we have to rely on. Without the standards, we would just have a total mess.
Thanks.
Okay.
So my point is, in a budget of $20 million, where most of it is licensing, to see of ways to minimize the impact of that. The last question is a little bit uncomfortable to me. I mean, we had here one of our peers that is asking that we give up our health care, and some of the council people here are considering doing that. So as again, these are emails I got. Is there any effort of the management on MNPS to do some of these share sacrifice as a symbolic effort and try to see about maybe getting a price cut, a salary cut, or some kind of a way to show the city of Nashville that we are having all sharing in this moment? And you don't have to answer this now. I mean, I know that at the end of the day, you guys make decisions about your own salaries and so, but.
Yeah. We'll be glad to get back to you on that. We're not exploring that now. And of course, our benefit systems are not the same for professional staff, for teachers, as they are for support staff. We're much more connected to state system, the state retirement system, and so we'll be glad to get back to you with that, but I can't give you that.
And it's not a demand. I mean, I'm not asking you to do it. I'm just sharing with you what I get from people, that people wants to see some kind of a shared sacrifice going on. And I'm done. I think I did pretty good, huh? That was short.
You did very well. Councilman Glover, you're recognized.
I want to try and keep this focused on budget if we could. I think one of the questions that seems to be being asked in a roundabout way, but it seems to be difficult to understand what the answer is can you give us an answer, Dr. Register, on what your expectations are for growth? I think we shouldn't be asking you that question. Chairperson Porter, does this board have a rubric set up to do an evaluation of Dr. Register on an annual basis? Simple yes or no?
Yes, we do.
And do you have expectations set in place for what you expect the growth pattern to be for the coming year? Yes or no? Can you share that with this body to where we understand what the growth expectation will happen to be for the 12-13 school year?
We, as a board, I'm sorry. It's my teacher in me, I guess. As a board, we meet and discuss those factors, and then we present them to Dr. Register as a body. And we give him that outline as to what our expectations are. We just finished. I'm going to be honest with you, Councilman. I have seen so much over the past few weeks until I cannot quote you verbatim, but our expectations for Dr. Register just basically in going to the next level. But we also factor in test scores and also day-to-day operations. But we always have high expectations for our district, and it begins with the director of schools, and we also say the same as our students that are sitting in seats each day.
Okay,
but I will give you that later if you will.
No, that's fine. Not that this hadn't been a blast to be here for almost 4.5 hours, but let's get to the bottom line on the final part. Looking at actual net funding, somewhere between $12 million and $15 million student funding, okay? Not what's non-discretionary, not what's, et cetera. It's roughly a 2.1% growth over last year's funding. Given that scenario, Ms. Porter, would you be able to provide to this council if your expectations are a growth of 2.1% or greater in the coming year? I know you don't have the number now, but if you could provide that, that'd be wonderful.
We will do you the honor.
Okay. Mr. Hayes, I was glad to hear that should we not fund this budget, well, actually, I don't want to put any words into anyone. I'm going to ask you a question just like you were asking a question earlier. Should we not fund this budget should we not fund it fully? Okay, the number that has been proposed by the mayor, it was suggested that you look at privatizing everything you can in order to send money to the classroom, keep money in the classroom. Will this board look at doing privatization on everything you can to put money towards the classroom if we don't fully fund this budget? You don't have to give me an answer on that right now. That's obviously a board decision.
Your question, though, is would we look at that in the next 3 weeks?
If we don't fully fund, will this board consider privatization in order to keep money and bring it to the classroom as best you can to where your mission is met by MNPS towards the schools and the children?
I cannot speak for the board as a whole, as you well know.
Certainly.
If this council does not fully fund this budget, I can make a pledge to you that I would bring to the full board for deliberation those ideas.
Excellent.
To look at privatization of other services within our department.
Well, it wasn't me who suggested it. It was another person who suggested it, and I think it might be a wonderful idea. So I would appreciate if you do that. Thank you for your time tonight, Dr. Register. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Council-Lady Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair McGuire. Thank you, Dr. Register, Budget and Finance Chair Hayes, Chairwoman Porter, and all of the honorable school board members who have been patient this evening in encountering all of the questions that have come from this body. You do have to understand that we are receiving a lot of pressure from people in our various districts, and it's a very difficult time for all. So to make sure that these questions are asked and answered is very, very important to everyone. But I really appreciate all of the hard work that all of you are doing. I understand what you as school board members endure in your jobs, and Dr. Register, as well as the system that you manage. The first question that I want to ask is around account 1205, and Councilman Harmon kind of alluded upon a little bit of that. But one of the things that struck some people as odd is, one, Council-Lady Dowell expressed that there were 2 research assistants that handle compensation analysis, and that you've hired a compensation specialist. but you have in this added, in the budget, an added position to the central office for a compensation manager making close to $100,000. And that's something that concerns a lot of people, because we don't want to add $100,000 positions to the central office staff. So I just want to ask, what is the justification for adding that $100,000 position to the central office staff? That's the first question.
Let me give you a pretty simple and straightforward answer. We want to hire someone who has a great deal of expertise in managing salary schedules and structures and managing compensation. Which goes far beyond just looking at salary schedules. We think that a position like that can save a lot of money in our district in salary administration. Remember, we have 10,000 employees.
You have 48 employees in human resources alone. We can hire 10,000 employees.
We can hire. A lot of organizations use outside consultants, and they charge huge amounts of money to study and make recommendations on compensation. So it's a part of the restructuring, restructuring of our human resources department. One of the recommendations that came from our management consultant, who we found in Metro Government, by the way, CSS International, and one of the recommendations they made for restructuring the department. We think our salary administration is not nearly as efficient as it needs to be, and we think that in-house expertise will help us get much more so.
Is there currently a senior level person who's handling compensation under their umbrella?
Craig, Craig Ott is the interim assistant superintendent. Craig, would you speak to the structure, please?
The structure right now is we do have a compensation manager within HR, and she is fulfilling the role that Dr. Register just spoke of.
So you've already added that position?
That position right now exists, yes.
So does that funding need to be within this request, the budget that's being proposed us now, if it's already filled?
Yes, in the budget.
Because that's an added position.
Yeah.
I'll try to answer it. This was a part of the restructuring of human resources, and what we were trying to do back in February when we were putting the budget together initially, this position was not in place, and there were other positions that were being recommended. And as far as looking at what was needed immediately, the decision was made that the compensation manager position was needed immediately, as opposed to converting some of the other positions that were within human resources into new types of positions. And so, as Mr. Ott said, we do have a compensation manager that began a couple of months ago. I will comment on the salary amount, because in all of these salary line items, they do include all of the increases for any step increase and raise for any of the positions that would be included. And so that particular amount is not just for the salary for that position, for that added position, but that amount, that $93,800 increase, also includes any step increase or raise for the existing 3 positions in that line item. But as I said, as part of the restructuring back in, I guess it was late winter, the determination was made that we needed to go ahead and add the compensation manager, as opposed to doing some other things that were included in the reorganization. And this remarks column did not get updated since the initial February 28th submission to the board.
Okay, is the assistant director, the part-time assistant director for the smaller learning communities department, is that being added to the central office staff, or is that a field position?
That is a position that was previously funded by the federal Smaller Learning Communities grant, the 6-year grant, and that individual retired, and the request was made to bring that individual back on a 120-day basis to continue implementation of the Smaller Learning Communities program. So that's where that's included in the budget as a 0.5 position.
Okay. In item 4160, are you understaffed in this area? Are you adding new buses? Is this off the increase? Why is the increase needed? Is it offsetting some type of cost?
This is adding 2 mechanic positions in our bus garage. We currently have 27, including the shop manager and the shop foreman. We are behind as far as needing to we're spending a lot of money on overtime for our mechanics. We looked at what the Council of Great City Schools has as far as key performance indicators relating to the number of mechanics per bus, and we were way below the median or way below the average for the 60 largest school districts across the country. Our bus fleet has gotten older since we didn't receive any capital last year or the year before for buses. So the buses have been getting older, requiring more maintenance. Okay. And so originally, I think the request was somewhere, it was more than 2 for additional mechanics. We reduced the original request down to an additional 2.
Okay, also under the category various, what type of adjustments in various departments that's requiring $771,500? Where are these 37 positions going?
They would be throughout the budget document. Of course, as we've previously mentioned, document number 2, page 2, details all of the position changes located in the entire operating budget. So regarding number of positions, all of the position changes, all 181 additional net positions are outlined on page 2. Some of these are highlighted on page 1 on the summary, some are not, and so, but they can all be found on page 2.
Okay, and under personal services, document J6, there's a 7.17% increase in this area. Does this include consultants, or what all does this include?
I don't have document J6.
It's under J56, I'm sorry.
Mr. Henson, the budget book right in front of you, in front of Dr. Register there, it should be turned to the school section.
And the reason I ask is because of the level of the increase change. Does that include consultants?
We would need to take this and determine what goes into these particular categories. These aren't categories that we typically use in our budget document. So we'll look at this and see what goes into that and see what's causing the increase and provide an explanation.
And also, could you provide an explanation for other expenses as well with the 3.54% increase in that area as well?
The 3.54% increase? Mm-hmm. Okay, yes.
And in the summary of changes under the $4,038,000, how much of that is inflation, because that's fairly flat now, and how much of that is other required expenditures?
That includes, let me pull up my list that I went over earlier. That includes the inflationary factors that are added to the utility accounts, where we use the same inflationary factor that Metro Finance uses for the rest of Metro government, particularly electricity, but also on natural gas, water and sewer, waste disposal. It also includes, oh, here it is. It also includes the increases in some of our Metro accounts, such as the property tax refund account, buildings and contents insurance, employee injuries on the job, which comes to us from the Metro Employee Benefit Board, as well as the Metro ITS internal service charges. All of those increases are included there.
Okay. And under the employer portion where there's savings under FICA, is this due to the wage structure?
No, this is due to where our employees, many of them participate in our Section 125 plan, which allows them to deduct certain expenses pre-tax, such as all of the insurance, as well as they can participate in the cafeteria plan, where they can take, whether it be additional medical costs or child care costs, take those out pre-tax, and so there is a savings, Social Security, Medicare savings to the employer and the employee, and this is reflective of the savings to the employer.
And under 2371 for campus supervisors, the 3 that are being added, where are these 3 new campus supervisors being placed in what middle schools and high schools?
We'll have to ask Mr. Majors and get back to you on that. I'm not sure which schools.
Okay, and on the GCA question that Council Lady Moore asked, just to clarify what you had shared, is GCA the preferred provider that you all refer the charter school I'm trying to go back to, you had separated it out.
Right, I think it was
the ones who utilize our buildings.
Right. What we do is if they ask for our assistance regarding providing any additional services, we provide the costs that would be required to them if we provide those services to them, and then they would pay the district. In the case of custodial services, since those are outsourced, that is an option that they can use since it's an MNPS building, but they don't have to. They can use any other means of providing custodial services that they choose.
And do you all require, as a board, employee satisfaction surveys, given the fact that we've outsourced such a large amount to this particular provider, and we're also funneling additional business to them? Are you all monitoring, besides just the dollars, what about the satisfaction surveys or results?
We have a monthly accountability survey, and I don't have the number of those surveys right at the tip of my tongue, but it's about 8,500 reports that we've received over the course of the years for custodial services in all of our buildings.
Can we have a copy of that?
Do you want all 8,500?
Well, no, I'm just saying just an overview, right?
We've got, and the overall rating is 91.5% of 100%, something along that line. So, and we have very good evaluations of the services.
Okay, and lastly, this is around the labor policy, the labor negotiations policy. Who is the person that was on your executive staff that rescinded the labor negotiations policy?
That did what, I'm sorry?
That rescinded the labor negotiations policy.
I did.
Okay, and
the MOU?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. I have some more questions around that, and I will have to send that to you.
With a vote of the executive staff, but that's my decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Recognize Chairman Matthews at this time.
How you doing, gentlemen? And thank you for enduring a long evening. I have 3 quick questions for you, hopefully. The first question is the new Cambridge Elementary, is the construction for that building on time at this point, and will they be ready by August 1?
The short answer is yes. It was always a close project. It's one of those that when we received the funding and had the building designed, we had a shorter time period for construction than we would like to have, but we're very confident that the building is going to be complete and ready for when teachers report.
Okay. Approximately when is that? When the teachers report back?
Teachers report late July.
Late July, okay. The second question, on page 41, the 21st Century Learning Center funds that's projected from the federal government, $342,000. Is that all that we're projecting? Is that over a period of time, that particular grant, or is that just a one-year grant?
Well, the time period that's reflected on this page is for a fiscal year. So what we're reflecting here is the estimate that we will receive and spend from July 1 to June 30th. Mm-hmm. And so even though that may be an ongoing grant, this is the amount that's projected to be received and spent during that 12-month time period.
Okay. How many programs will we be able to fund? I know we're looking at putting some programs in in certain middle schools, maybe. Do you know how many programs we'll be able to fund?
For the 21st Century Community Learning Centers?
Yes.
I don't know. That's something we could get back to you, though.
Okay. Thank you, if you would. And recently, the board made a decision to evaluate the MNPS procurement policy. And with the large capital improvement budget that's been proposed, could you just speak to some of the decisions that have been made surrounding that policy recently?
Sure. We have continued our Diversity Business Enterprise Program, our DBE program. We have hired a new consultant on board, Gwen Sims Davis, with Sims Consulting, Sims Diversity Consulting Group. We continue to refine our processes as it relates to continuing to work with the Metro office that handles that, as well as combining with them regarding use of particular vendors. We are expanding that not only with our capital funding, but also our operating budget funding, where she has taken the place of Rob Horton, who was our previous consultant with 3H Consulting, to make sure that we offer as many opportunities as we possibly can to minority, women-owned, and small businesses. And so we made a pretty in-depth presentation to the school board back at a previous meeting. I know Councilman Jerry Maynard was in attendance, and we can provide you with a copy of that presentation if you'd like.
If you could, please. And also, will they be doing quarterly or reporting to the school board on quarterly progress with that program?
Actually, what we do is we report the same way as Michelle Lane's office does. We report our data to her office, and she puts it on the website along with the rest of Metro governments, and that's something we've been continuing to do over a number of years.
Rich, is that something you can make sure that we get a copy of also? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Claiborne, back to you.
Thank you. Okay, on page 22 of 25, rental of land and buildings, there's 410,000 TPS list for the Nashville School of the Arts. Does the state take care of the maintenance on that building, or does Metro?
Metro does. This is an amount that was agreed upon with the state after some negotiation where they wanted to charge us quite a bit more than this for the use of the Tennessee Preparatory School property for Nashville School of the Arts. We are a little concerned because we've heard rumors that the state is looking to possibly sell all of that property over there. So we have some concerns there, but this is the negotiated amount that we came up with based on a per square foot basis.
Okay, so my next question is, how many Metro buildings are currently vacant?
There are only two that are currently vacant. The Stokes building that was previously mentioned is vacant, a small, previously an elementary school, not in good condition at all. And the old Brick Church facility on Brick Church Pike, which is a small facility. Those are the only two that the district owns that are not being presently used.
Okay, so there is not another building available then within the system for the school to move to?
Correct.
So if they do sell it, then
we have a problem.
Got a problem. Okay. 23 of 25 employee injuries, 3.1 million for injuries on the job. Mr. Riebling has told us in the earlier part of our budget process here that the larger part of Metro government is going to be taking a very, very hard look at ways to reduce the IOD cost. Does the school system have the same concern, and if so, do you have any plans in place to begin to look at that issue?
We have looked at this issue over time, trying to reduce our injuries on the job. We have a position in our Human Resources Department that works to reduce these costs. As you can see from the remarks, this is an amount that comes to us from the Metro Employee Benefit Board for our portion based upon our support employees who are, for benefit purposes, considered Metro General Government employees. Regarding how that amount is calculated, I would have to defer to Mr. Riebling, but we are making conscious efforts to reduce the number of injuries, and this is just our portion of that total Metro cost.
Right. Okay. Page 24 of 25, property tax refund. $4.4 million to MDHA for tax increment eligible properties. What is that?
If I might, I'll defer to Mr. Riebling.
That is, Councilman, that is properties that have entered into a tax increment agreement with MDHA, most of which are in the downtown area, although not all of them are. And so this, it takes money out of the, I mean, if you look in the Metro budget, you'll see a number that's similar to that number. And it's just the school's portion of the property tax that they don't get because it's been diverted to MDHA to pay for some of these projects downtown until that TIF loan has been repaid.
Okay. Page 41, grants. Race to the top, first to the top. How long will that grant last?
2 more years.
2 more. So what plans or do you have plans that you're already beginning to put in place to absorb the loss of that when it occurs?
Yes, a lot of the a very large percentage of the money is capacity building, professional development, things like that, that will go away, that will sunset. So we have for every program, for every strategy, we have an exit strategy, and most of those are for phase out.
Okay, so some of the questions I asked previously about stipends and so on, is that connected to part of that phase out?
No, I don't think so. Chris, I don't think we've had anything picked up by operating budget out of Race to the Top at this time.
No, we haven't.
Okay. How many supervisory personnel are in the system? Do you know? If you don't know this, you can get back.
No, I don't.
Okay, I'd like to know how many supervisory personnel are in the system.
But what you'd need to do is to define that for me. Let me set some parameters because we have a lot of different types of positions in the district.
Okay, let me start from the bottom up then. How many support personnel are in the system?
Approximately 3,500 of our total employees are considered support employees, not positions that don't require a teaching certificate.
How many certificated personnel that are actually in the classroom with students?
I would have to, would you include a guidance counselor in that group or a librarian in that group, even though students come to them?
Yes.
Okay. We would need to look at all of the different types of positions and try to define them all the same way.
Okay.
I actually have a summary of all the positions, a spreadsheet, and that we can provide that to you.
Okay. I'm just trying to get at how many support personnel, how many total employees are there?
10,179.
Okay, so 10,179. So they're going to break down in 3 categories. There's going to be the people who are actually in the school working with students on a day-to-day basis. Traditional teachers, guidance counselors, librarians, that kind of thing. There's going to be a group, the support personnel then, that are ancillary to all of that activity. And then the remainder, I would put in a category of administrative personnel. Does that help you define administrative?
Yeah, I wouldn't define it that way.
Well, I would.
We actually have it broken. You have non-certificated people who are also supervisory staff. So you have support staff who are supervisory staff. For example, We've categorized this in terms of certificated teaching positions, certificated other positions, which includes a number of direct service personnel, but they're not classified as classroom teachers, and then support staff, and we have a breakdown of those. There are 5,079 teaching staff, regular teachers. There are 1,213 certificated other positions, and that includes me, it includes principals, it includes librarians, it includes guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, for a subtotal of 6,293, and we have support staff that totals 3,886.3 for a grand total of 10,179.
And we also have some support staff that do work directly in classrooms with students, such as the educational assistants. They are support staff, but they work with students in classrooms.
Right.
Sometimes it's a little difficult to try to define a certain way as it relates to whether they work in a school or in a classroom. Are they based upon their duties and responsibilities?
Well, the point of the question is, and it's been alluded to a couple of times before, is that the higher paid personnel are not the ones who are in the classroom or who are working directly with the students. And when we're looking at the kind of increase that we're looking at, the people who are looking to us and saying, you're asking for 53 cents of additional property tax, and I could accept the fact that general government needs 11 cents of that. And even though I don't necessarily agree with it, I can accept the fact that your debt service amount is set. But when you're asking for over half of that, or half of that to go to schools, is that going into the classroom? And people come to me and they say, you could, even at $40,000 that you want to pay these new teachers, you can buy 3 teachers for what you can get one of those supervisors for. That's the kind of questions that we're getting. That's the kind of pressure that we're getting. So that's the reason I'm asking the question there. Is there a willingness on the part of the school system to partner with the general government departments in areas where there are like services? And I think I already know the answer to this from where we've been before, but there are areas like fleet and building management and IT and so on. Is there a willingness on the part of the school system to partner with the general government in these areas?
Yes, there is. I have conversations with Mayor Dean on a regular basis about ways that we can cooperate. Now, let me give you a good example. I'm not sure what your MTA budget is. Our transportation budget's $36 million. If you put it together, it's about $70 million. Is there a way to do a better job with $70 million than what we do with transportation now? Now, there's not a simple answer to that because there's some federal regulations that prohibit mixing services. But we have that conversation on a regular basis, and I think we partner very well with Metro government. There is quite a bit of interface and interaction, and we're always open to looking at a more efficient way to do service. We also have to recognize that there are some services or some functions that the school system has to do that Metro government doesn't have to do, and vice versa. So you can't merge the administration of the school system and Metro government.
Right. Okay. All right. Charter schools. I want to ask a couple of questions about charter schools. In the Tennessean article earlier this week, it indicated in the coming year we'll have $25.2 million going to charter school funding for 2,999 students. So that's $8,402 a student. Is that what we spend on a student in a traditional classroom?
That is the amount of state and local revenue per pupil that we receive. We very well may spend more on a student depending upon the type of student. If it's an exceptional needs student, they're going to have a higher per pupil amount. If it's just a regular student in a classroom, that amount is going to be lower. So that is an average.
But there's parity there between the traditional schoolhouse and the charter schoolhouse.
Correct, there is, and it's a flat calculation that's established by state law.
Okay. So in I mean, we're relatively young as far as charter schools are concerned, but is there beginning to be a consensus as to whether charter schools are more effective, less effective, about the same as the traditional school setting?
There are different opinions on that. I'll give you my answer. We have good charter schools and we have some that aren't so good. And we have to continue to monitor that, and we have to continue to look at test scores. One unknown in a way is, but because charter schools are so new, we look at 3-year averages of test scores, and a lot of the charter schools don't have 3 years worth of data yet. So we're still gathering data, but they spread the gamut. I think I'll say again, it is quite a different challenge for the school board now to look at charter applications and to evaluate or to have an accountability system for determining whether they're successful or not. So our board has. I need to let our board speak to this. They did a retreat. They established guiding principles, and we have to look again this month at effectiveness of those schools. We don't have the test data yet.
Okay.
There are good ones, and there are some that are comparable to what we're doing, and then there are some that perform on the lower end of the scale.
Okay. What's the breakdown on the current charter schools that are in the city here by race and ethnicity?
We'll have to get back to you on that. There is a high percentage of minority students and disadvantaged students in the charter schools, and the reason for that, one of the reasons for that is that the students who are eligible for enrollment has been restricted up until now. The students have been eligible from low-performing schools only. Essentially, you're talking about a set of inner-city schools that have been eligible. Now the rules are changed, and now anyone can apply to go to a charter school. So we'll have to wait and see how much greater diversity comes to the charter schools. They're not all completely minority group isolated, but a good percentage of them are, and I don't have those percentages off the top of my head.
Okay, so since the door's kind of been opened, will we begin to see charter schools move out away from the core?
I can't answer that.
You know, there are parts of the county that you know, there's no charter school, there's no magnet school.
We're putting two in Antioch are opening now. And it remains to be seen where schools are located in the district.
Out in my area of the county, you know, Donaldson, Hermitage area, we don't have a magnet school, we don't have a charter school, we don't, you know, we got a good high school, we got good elementaries and junior highs, but we don't have any of these special hybrids here. This is a question that it was posed to me, and it's a philosophical question here, so I don't know, you know, but if the charter schools have a high minority population, and they're located in specific communities because of the need that's there, and we are funding those schools, how is that different, or isn't that counterproductive to the desegregation effort to make, you know, schools open and to be integrated?
Yeah, I don't.
Well, yeah, that's a pretty tough question. That's a philosophical question. Well, I don't know quite how to answer that. So if location of schools determines to some extent what population of children gravitate to it. The school board established a set of guiding principles to put in the application process for charter schools. One is that they have to be good schools. Another is that they have to promote a diverse student enrollment. So one factor, one issue that the school board looks for now in new applications is there a diversity plan? Is there a transportation plan? Are there factors that would promote diversity based on guidelines that the school board sets? So I think, I guess that's about as close as I can come to answering that. Mr. Hayes wants to answer.
I might add a little bit to that. Charter operators apply to our board and outline to us, as Dr. Register said, the population that they wish to serve and the general vicinity they want to be in. So it's difficult for us to say, we're going to put a charter school in your district. Now, we might jointly recognize that there is a need based on some circumstance like accelerated growth or a special program that you need, right? So that could drive something to your part of town. One of the things that I think we've seen nationally, and you can look at some statistics around this with both charter schools and magnet school grants. Magnet schools historically have been placed in the urban core in racially isolated areas. And as they have seen high levels of success, have done well to attract a more diverse population to apply to that lottery. We've seen the same thing historically. We're seeing a little bit of that in this district, and you could look at a school like KIPP, for example, that opened with, I think, 1 or 2 white children 5 years ago, and now they're up to, I think, 8 or 9%. So they're moving away from racial isolation because they've had astounding results and have been able to attract a more diverse population. So I think perhaps when they open, and this is partially due to the state law that was passed 6-7 years ago, enabling legislation that restricted who could apply. As the charters have been successful, you kind of see magnet schools are doing this and bringing diversity in one way, and charter schools, if they're successful, have done the same. In our application for all charters, be it ones that want to serve a minority population, an impoverished population, or a middle class or wealthy population, this board expressly values diversity, and it was one of the items that was outlined as a very important factor for the board in the RFP that we put out this year for charters.
Right, and that may be why the question came up, because it seemed that one of the decisions that was made to deny was based on the fact that maybe one of the schools wanted to locate in an area that was not quite as depressed and deal with an opposite population.
I think you could also say that the definition of West Nashville is a 120 square mile area. It's a somewhat nebulous part of, it's not a neighborhood, it's a side of town, right? I mean, I would have no idea, our board would have no idea where that school might locate or the population it would serve. I think we would all welcome seeing a continued discussion with any charter operator who wants to locate in Nashville to work with us to find ways to meet what we have defined as our goals within the RFP. And if you're referring to Great Hearts, they want to be in my neighborhood, right? They want to be in my district. They want to be in 5 other districts throughout the city as well. But just to say West Nashville or East Nashville or North Nashville doesn't necessarily tell any of us, you know, our board, where that might be and how they might meet diversity goals. So I personally hope they come back and more tightly define what they want to do.
Okay. Well, just in closing comment to the board, I would hope that as we move forward with additional charter schools, additional schools that are, quote, high performing, or at least that's the goal, that you would look to areas of the county where there is a desert for those kinds of institutions and make a concerted effort to begin to move away from the core with some of the new schools that might be started like that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank each of you for being here with us.
Go ahead.
I would just like to make one comment, and that is, I have served on the charter school committees in the selection process, and Dr. Brannon has also done the very same. And we have advocated diversity from day one with all of our schools within the district. Dr. Brannon and I both have worked in this district and has been on the flip side of all of this. And I might say that I haven't heard a whole lot tonight. I haven't heard many questions that is asked about what are our regular schools doing? What successes do we have in our district? I haven't heard a lot of that discussion. We're doing some great things. And I think the general public needs to know when we have schools like East and Middle College and some of the others that we are trying to save students. We have gone really, I think what we're doing has been just exorbitant. As what we're saying, we are saving students that normally would have been dropouts. Great programs, our academies. I think we need to really focus on public education in this district and see what is being given to our parents here. So I'm hoping that the general public will really go into some of the schools and see some of the wonderful things that we're doing.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Okay, I say we take a short break and come back in about 10 minutes for another couple hours. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you all so much for your participation. We really appreciate you hanging in there with us. We are adjourned.